it working now, or it is? Okay. Yeah. All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you very much. Thank you to Rick in the back. For those at home trying to listen in, it should be working, but I know he's experiencing some technical difficulties, which is why we delayed here for a moment, but hopefully it is working. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Township Council as regular meeting of December 2022, advertised in the official newspaper December 29th and January 5th, and posted on the bulletin board outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file with the Office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Present.
Counselor Russo?
Present.
Counselor Schlager?
Here.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present with the agenda with flexibility. First, we've got the approval of the minutes. There have been presented to us the minutes of April 25th and April 28th, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Are there any modifications or corrections? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions? Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to open it up, excuse me, to public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet. I think I saw people doing that already, so please do. Please make sure you are limited in your comments to the time that we're allotting. Today, looking at the crowd, we'll see. I think we will go with 3 minutes today. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed on this agenda, please make sure you comment on that ordinance during the time of the hearing of that ordinance. And with that, we'll open it up to public comment. Please, thank you.
My name is Scott Muller. The right to practice one's religion should not come at the cost of depriving others of their civil rights. Senator Cory Booker spoke those words as he reintroduced the Do No Harm Act this past April, and they resonate with anyone who has experienced discrimination due to their religion or lack thereof, and with anyone who firmly believes in maintaining a wall between church and state. Sadly, that wall has been eroded. On March 23rd of 2020, Mayor Jackson agreed to pay Tony's Kitchen, a well-known ministry of St. Luke's, the sum of $80,000 as emergency funding. And while it may be perfectly legitimate to approve such funding as an emergency contract, deception and a lack of transparency are not. The 14 pages of minutes for the council meeting that took place the very next day made no mention of this funding. Instead, several days later, it was widely announced that the township was donating money to Tony's Kitchen, sponsoring a fundraiser, and contributing matching gifts. This subterfuge, this lie, was patently unethical, unconstitutional, and nothing short of a scheming publicity stunt. Code enforcement officials refused to act upon evidence that the church's activities were creating health hazards and a dangerous mix of vehicles and pedestrians. Mr. Yacobelis, when I approached this council for resolution, you asserted that the church was protected by the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. I responded that you could not be more misinformed. I sought a second opinion, and Americans United for Separation of Church and State kindly sent the township a 4-page letter further clarifying the proper application of the Religious Land Use Act. I urge you all to heed their explanation and respect religion and non-religion equally, not according to your distorted, preferred interpretation. There is plenty of room in our constitutions and laws for governments and religious organizations to work together in an ethical manner and to solve society's problems. but Montclair has committed to extending preferential treatment and privileges to an organization because it acts under the auspices of religious exercise. You placed a display of righteousness above the health and safety of your constituents, and your actions and inactions are an affront to our civil liberties. If you don't fix this, then despite any achievements you may profess, I cannot vote for any of you ever again. And if voters appreciate their rights and understand the importance of protecting those rights, they will follow my lead. Thank you.
Good evening, Rich Galiotto. I want to ask, and hope I can get an answer at the end of my time, if Montclair has a noise ordinance dealing with decibel. Now, the reason I'm here is because when I started reading about the scandal with the health benefits, I thought about Forrest Gump. Stupid is as stupid does. And I'm not saying that anybody up here is stupid, but what they did is stupid. You took health benefits when you have a fiduciary responsibility to your taxpayers, handling their money. Now, whoever didn't take the health benefits, you took the waiver, a stipend, and you put it in your pocket, and you were probably getting health benefits at your other job. Does that make you feel good that, hey, I had health benefits, they offered to me in the town, but I don't need them because I have them. Look, give me $8,000, whatever it is. That's a crying shame. To read on Facebook, someone say that he believes this is a full-time job, give me a break. I was a councilman 100 light years ago in a neighboring town.
Bloomfield, right? Bloomfield.
Yes, I know you very well.
Yeah,
I know a
you know
little bit about politics, and I know what goes on. And you know what? I was given a packet myself, and I opened it, and I said, wow, 1996, they're giving me 100% health benefits, dental, everything. Check the legality of it. It was legal, right? But I asked. Now, you say you got the packet, and you just thought it was. You thought you were misled. I think it was Councilman Yakabal. You thought you were misled. How could you think you're misled? I mean, you're adults. Don't you delve into things, read things? You know, I think it's a criminal act. It's unbelievable what's happening in politics at every single level. It's getting to be where it's just like a cesspool. It stinks. You know, and I don't know what you're going to do if you settled with the Attorney General office. I don't know what you people did. But I think what you should do is give the money back. When the time comes for re-election, step down because you don't deserve to serve the people after stealing their money. Thank you. Oh, do we have a noise ordinance with decibels?
Is Gina here?
We'll answer any questions at the end.
What?
We'll give them a chance to look at, and we'll answer any questions
Okay.
at the end.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to, Mr. Galiotto? Mr. Galiotto, yeah. Yes. On the way in, some of the folks that were friends of yours, I think, threatened me.
Threatened you?
Yeah. Now, I just want to ask you this. When you say you know me from when I lived in Bloomfield 35 years ago.
I knew you when you used to follow Marion Krekel around like a puppy dog, yes.
No, I never
Go
followed
ahead.
Marion Krekel.
Go ahead.
That's a Republican.
I know, and you used to follow her around like a puppy dog.
Let me just ask you this, though. Weren't you here to talk about the land? When you bring up the noise ordinance, aren't you trying to bring out the issue of the landscaping? Because I
No.
assume you and your guys are here.
Whoa,
as
I'm retired. I've been
landscapers.
retired for 7 years. I've got stage 3 colon cancer, so don't get on my ass. Excuse me. Don't get on my butt.
I'm
all
not
right?
getting, I respect you, but when you were a councilman in Bloomfield, I think you were referring to, right? You were a councilman in
Yes.
Bloomfield. Yeah,
Yes.
fine. That's good. But I remember 25 years ago or so, we first had the ordinance on gas-powered leaf blowers introduced. We did our job then.
Right?
And you came and asked us and told us we shouldn't do it then. So I just want to clarify, make sure I know who you are again. You're Mr. Galiotto, very nice Bloomfield, former councilman. I wish you luck with your health. I have my same problem. My sister's got your problems. But please, you know, you're attacking my colleagues. and I do think that that's inappropriate if you live in Bloomfield. Thank
You're a
you.
politician. You got to handle it. If it's too hot, get out of the kitchen.
I'm not getting out of the kitchen yet.
Good evening. My name is Diane Tyree. I live at 158 Orange Road. I am here representing myself, not any organization that I am affiliated with, but I am here to speak about our brothers and sisters in the Montclair Fire Department. Ineffective leadership, buildings that don't meet codes, tests for promotions every 15 years, abuse of power, nepotism, all of these things are just horrible. But it seems like the train moved very slow when it was a concern for African American firefighters, but now that there has been a vote of confidence, 70 of no confidence, 70 out of 70 firefighters that voted, 50 said they have no confidence in Chief Herman's ability to lead the department. 16 said that they do, and I think there's 4 that abstained. So now this is a bigger problem. It is not just about African American firefighters who I think their concerns should be at the forefront, but something has to be done. So Chief Herman, I understand, has served Montclair for 42 years, and we want to wish him well on his way out because it is time for him to go. Deputy Manager Scantlebury, it's time for him to go. I understand that now it's like, oh, well, let's hire, an agency to do an investigation. That's just going to prolong this longer and longer for him to get more perks out of this town or whatever he's going to get. I have nothing personal against Chief Herman. I don't know him. I say hello to him at the parade and, other different places. But if it were anybody else who did not rise to the level of professionalism that is needed in this town, they would be, I don't know, does he get an evaluation? Does he get things? I understand the council isn't over the fire chief, but I do understand that the manager is. Something has to be done. And I encourage you to step up and say, you know what, whether I'm here or not, if I'm on my way out the door, that joker is out of here. So it is time to make a decision. It's time to do it now. I'm here by myself today, but the group can get bigger. So, I bleed the blue and the white. I love Montclair, but Chief Herman has to go. He can go the nice way and say, thank you, Montclair. I enjoyed my stay here, or we can put him out. So something has to happen, but it needs to happen now. And I have never been so serious. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Norma Tassi, and I'm your neighbor on Southern Terrace. And I came to share this with you. With 60 out of 75 of Montclair's firefighters having voted no confidence in Chief Herman, it's clear that he doesn't enjoy the support of those he's assigned to lead. That fact, coupled with Mr. Morgan's report that finds demonstrable disparate impact resulting from the changes made to the promotional testing exam rubric, changes that unfairly advantaged his son over long-tenured African-American firefighters. With what each of you have heard and read, and with what each of you know in your bones, it's impossible to conclude that there is a solution other than ending the Herman era. You cannot say that you're a counselor for all the people, or all the people that you represent, or that you're a mayor to everyone who lives here if your actions suborn racism. Chief Herman's leadership has been irretrievably broken, and it needs to come to an end as soon as is practical, and that's right now. Hiding behind the phrase personnel matter is not going to do. This town is awake and aware, and we're watching your actions. Complicated layers of bureaucracy cannot hide the facts. Chief Herman can no longer lead Montclair's bravest. Council, send a clear message to Mr. Scantlebury that we want Herman out. And Mr. Scantlebury, deliver the message of the people and show Chief Herman the door. I look forward to learning that each of you has done all in your power, individually and collectively, to begin a new day at the Montclair Fire Department.
Hi, my name is Colleen Doherty, and I live on Warman Street. I completely support what Ms. Tassi and what Ms. Anglin said about Chief Herman. It's long past time that we fix that. Thank you for passing the leaf blower ban. Hard stop. It was important to people's health and to the environment, and you got it done. Thank you times a million. Please do not let Glen Ridge use Washington Field unless they pay a market rate for it. Advocates get so very few victories, and carving that field out of the shared service agreement was one of those very small victories. Tell Glen Ridge, no pay, no play, and give preference to Montclair residents and children. As many of you know, I am strongly in favor of allocating a portion of the long-term tax abatement fees, or pilots, to the school district. This revenue would enter the school district budget on a separate line and not be subject to the 2% revenue cap. It would help cover needed expenses that increase every year by more than 2% and allow than the 2% allowed increase in revenue. Even if the school budget next year was in great shape and there was no deficit and rainbows and unicorns were flying through the sky, I could still think of 20 different things to spend the extra money on, and they would all relate to the children in this school district. Rather than raising taxes, you could look at your own budget and perhaps find ways to be more efficient or trim expenses. But do not shut down the pools. I will get run out of town. Honestly, it just seems to be the most fair solution. And as the town begins to go into budget season, and I'm sure Ms. Rao and Mr. Scantlebury are mapping out their timeline and sharpening their pencils, now is the time for us to be discussing this in advance of the 2024 budget, which will begin on January 1st. To quote Mr. Gill, long-beloved teacher and long-beloved member of our community, at a recent Board of Ed meeting, if something is important enough, then you fight for it. You don't use excuses to say, well, we don't have enough money, we don't have this. Then find the money. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also the former co-chair of the Mont Clair Housing Commission. I'm currently the chair of the Montclair NAACP Housing Committee. And I have some questions about the new business ordinance O-23-24, dealing with the amendment for the Montclair Center Gateway Phase 1 redevelopment. And it deals with one property that's seeking to enter into a short-term rental option for, I believe, 34 units. Currently, the Township of Montclair does not have an ordinance in place for any regulations of short-term rentals. I believe before we engage in allowing property owners to request their properties be converted to short-term rentals, we need to have an ordinance in place. We need to make sure that this industry is regulated. It's a very highly profitable industry in the Township of Montclair, which is unregulated. The Housing Commission, over a year ago when I was co-chair, began the process of looking into why we were not regulating this industry. And now we see that the larger property owners in regards to short-term rentals see a true business opportunity to carve out a portion of their market rate units for short-term rentals, which will have a definite effect on rental units within the township, probably a possible negative impact on the rent control ordinance by driving up rental units because of the reduced number of inventory that will be out there. So I'm hoping that the township, the council will take a serious look in putting a regulation in place before we start spot zoning individual properties for a short-term rental option. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mariana Horta and I live on Gordonhurst Avenue. Am I not? Okay. Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to thank you, Brian Scanterbury, for being very helpful and very responsive to residents. Thank you so much, Mr. Scanterbury. Thank you for accomplishing so much lately since you've been in your position, and especially for initiating the process of evaluating the Montclair Fire Department. I appreciate that, and I really recognize that. Thank you. Like everyone else here, I also want to see the back of Chief Herman, and I believe you do too. I hope you can get it done. Unfortunately, I hope there's widespread agreement in this. The Ambrose Group is just not a really good option for Montclair. I hope you agree with me. I hope the councils agree with me. And we'll vote no on Resolution 23177 tonight. But please do not give up on evaluating the fire department. There are experts that can do this well, and have no political connections in Essex County. There are people whose work will be accepted by the public and will actually give us something we can act on. I think that bringing a firm from Cedar Grove with political connections in Cedar Grove and who is in a community that takes free fire services through mutual aid from Montclair is just too much of a conflict. Please consider voting no, but don't abandon the idea. We need it. Pilots. It's not complicated, right? You know it. Pilots come into the township as non-tax revenue, which is outside of the 2% tax levy increase cap. There it enters our general fund unrestricted, meaning you may allocate it as you wish. Allocate the share that the schools would receive if pilots were taxes. Allocate that to the schools. Last year, it was 57.04%. As you know very well, because I have sent you all the evidence in this can be done by resolution along with a revenue sharing agreement. It's not complicated. It's not confusing. Don't mislead us, please. These funds then, once you allocate them to the schools and once you execute your revenue sharing agreement with them, they will enter the schools as general fund revenues from local sources and other government units, unrestricted. That also means these funds are unrestricted. They're outside of the 2% cap because they're non-tax revenue, and the schools may allocate it as they wish. They may use it to pay for teachers. They may use it to acquire curriculum materials that we need. They may not use it for capital improvements, which they don't need anyways. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Okay.
Hello. My name's Gigi.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Eileen Birmingham. I agree with what Mariana was just saying about pilots, but because tonight you're voting on something in relation to the fire department, I wanted to just express an opinion on that. And first, I would hope at some point, I think it's been almost 2 years now since I've been coming and talking about the fire department, and I'm hoping at some point we can move beyond that because it's not typical in most towns. And so in regards to the vote tonight on the resolution around hiring the Ambrose group, I completely understand the impulse to assess the fire department, particularly a lot of the what's been described in the papers as cronyism and favoritism, because I do think if you were to get, if people were able to speak freely without fear of retribution, you probably would hear a lot of things, and I think that's important. But I don't think that the Ambrose, and I do think, as Ms. Anglin said, it really is the primary thing right now. I think you have to act. There has to be action taken. But I don't think the Ambrose Group, which is headquartered in Cedar Grove, right across the street from O'Toole Scrivo, I don't think we need another Cedar Grove institution evaluating a Montclair Fire Department. I think that I think you definitely urgently need to do an HR evaluation, which it sounds like the HR director and Mr. Scantlebury know. And I think we also need an independent operational analysis of the fire department. And I think that the State Department of Community Affairs could have some recommendations for who might be able to do that in a completely independent way, because I do not think it should be someone within Essex County. I think it should be a more independent evaluation. So in summary, again, I hope that this might be one of my final times talking about the fire department here. And just to echo Colleen's point, as we all recall, Glen Ridge's taxes were lowered this year in regards to the fire department, and ours were raised. In the one thing that was you did take out of the contract was the fields. And I do believe, and as the Parks Director has said, those fields are needed for Montclair's children and Montclair families and Montclair residents. So I'm hopeful that this September, unlike what the Glen Ridge schedule says today, the Montclair children will be playing on those fields where they belong. So thank you very much.
Good evening. Johanna Coxeter, 165 Lincoln Street. I'll be brief. I'm in favor of reassessing pilot funding to include funding for schools. I'm in favor of replacing Chief Herman as the fire chief. And I'm in favor of passing a ban on gas leaf blowers. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mary Manwarze. I'm a resident at 102 Lloyd Road. As most of you probably are familiar with my name, I've been writing to all of you ad nauseum the past week and a half about a very serious threat to our ecosystem and environment. I would like to ask the council to impose an ordinance or to put forth an ordinance that's going to ban bamboo. Specifically, we have a neighbor who's about to plant 50 plus feet of bamboo wall very close to Eagle Rock Reservation. Doing this not only presents a problem for the neighbors, but Eagle Rock Reservation and the township in itself. Unfortunately, during the past 2 weeks, I have found out that there are pockets of neighborhoods that are fighting a losing battle against bamboo, which is highly invasive. As you all know, it destroys ecosystems, it destroys neighboring properties wherever it propagates. It doesn't respect boundaries or fences or barriers. It destroys properties, pools, and existing trees and shrubs and so forth. So I beseech you, please put forth this ordinance. Do not delay it anymore. From what I understand, this topic has been presented to the council many times before, but a trigger hasn't been pulled. I ask you to put a ban on bamboo and put in place some sort of regulation that contains existing bamboo. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Bissinger, and I share in Miriam's bamboo issue. Thank you all for dealing with my emails over the past 2 weeks. I really appreciate it. I have a neighbor that's been growing invasive bamboo against my property, negatively impacting myself and 4 surrounding neighbors. I have a couple neighbors down the street dealing with the same issue. at the tune of thousands of dollars. This issue costs real money and has caused significant environmental damage to our properties by choking out native and diverse plant and wildlife. Excuse me. We should not be subject to the whims of certain ignorant homeowners and landscapers. We should have fair and thoughtful rules in place to protect our property and environment. This has caused thousands of dollars of damage to my property, and I currently have no recourse or control. And there's currently no ordinance in place, as all of you know. Thank you, Mr. Burr, for drafting that ordinance on such a short timeline. It turns out I share in this issue, and many residents in Montclair. A simple Facebook post found many additional residents dealing with the issue, and they're resigned to the issues that it causes. I don't want to see this issue get worse in Miriam's case or anyone else's. So through the proposed ordinance, I encourage you all to pass that in an efficient and effective way. Thank you very much.
Before you go, Brian, Mayor, I just want to ask, is there an ordinance here that you have for me?
Yes, she brought it down to
She
the
has
clerk. She brought it to the clerk, and yeah.
It's here. The clerk has it? You have something. Please pass it out so we can look at it before time, because I haven't had a chance to read it. But I'm supporting what you want, because you know I visited your neighborhood on Woodmont Road almost 2 years ago. I saw these little things sticking up in the ground, just so people understand what this is. Children could get hurt if they fall on the grass on their own lawn in their own backyard from these intrusive bamboo roots. So it's not the overall bamboo, which is very nice looking, right? I also tried to visit the neighbor who has been planting this stuff. And for years, it's been invading the properties of Mr. Bissinger and Christina King and other folks there. Now bringing to our attention Miriam, right on the border of the Essex County Eagle Rock Reservation. There's a guy that wants to plant a whole bunch of this. Well, we've got to somehow do something, so hopefully this will have some impact. But you see, you got to get the word out. It's not a good plant. It may look nice, it sounds good. I have bamboo chairs somewhere in my property, but it's a invasive plant that is actually dangerous as well as costly. As you've said, Brian, you've spent thousands of dollars to try to protect the border and the perimeter. When I looked at all this, going back almost 2 years, I was shocked that it's something that nobody's ever dealt with. And I want to tell everybody, I brought this to the attention of the town manager and the people who had been running the government a year or two ago. No response, can't do anything, we just can't do it. You know, it's plants that just grow. Well, we got to stop it. So other towns have done it, even our neighbor Verona, Florham Park, we have stuff from them, but hopefully this ordinance that we've got tonight, I know Councilor Yacobelis worked on it, Councilor Price Abrams and others. Thank you all for helping. People in the second ward have been complaining to Councilor Schlager. Let's get it done, and let's try to stop the invasive bamboo planting. Just urge everybody you know not to plant any more of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So where is it? Is this it? Is this it?
Hello, everyone. Did Councilor Yacobelis step out? Okay, I'm going to wait until he comes back, actually. So.
Lori, is this okay with you? I don't think it's the first time you saw it. It's all right?
Good evening. My name is Diane Hughes. I live at 50 Aubrey Road. I am pleading with all council members to please pass the ban on gas-powered leaf blowers year-round. I have asthma, and their use affects my life quality. I am a walker, and they are everywhere. I mow my lawn with an electric mower and rake leaves into my garden. Gas blowers are injuring our hearing, breathing, the soil, wildlife, and this is throughout the community. Earth is in a crisis. We need to take strong action now to try to slow climate disasters. Please vote for the ban. If this doesn't help reverse impending climate disasters, at least hopefully our remaining days will be quieter. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Melanie Tolomeo. I'm a resident of the 4th Ward. and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and none of the organizations that I work with. I'm going to make this short and sweet. So Mayor Spiller, I just witnessed you look at the crowd and say, it's going to be 3 minutes today, implying that it would be 2 minutes if it was a bigger crowd. Like, you're still deciding what we're doing at the last minute, even though it says 3 minutes in the agenda. Like last time I went up here, it was like kind of challenging because I had taken the time to prepare 3 minutes, and then it was like, we're doing 2 minutes. I guess we should prepare multiple versions next time. I don't know. Council and staff, like, please check yourselves. You make up rules, you break the law, you withhold information through, even though it's required through opera. You don't give enough detail what's in the executive session. One of you even uses Facebook to intentionally do business as a public official in a gray area. And that person has messaged me on the platform enough times with insults about me and personal information about constituents' divorce that I have felt there was nothing left to do but to block him. I am a queer woman, and I'm a woman, and I do not deserve to be harassed, and women don't deserve to be harassed. Please follow the laws, get your stuff together. The residents are watching you, and we're voting accordingly. And side note, please really ask yourself if we need 325 units at Lackawanna Plaza. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be very brief. My name is Lynn Hendy. I'm a film producer and developing a feature film about pioneering environmentalist Rachel Carson. Former Secretary of State and current United States climate envoy John Kerry is developing it with me. While Secretary Kerry was en route to China the other day to advocate ways of combating the planetary climate crisis, I emailed him to brag about our continuing efforts here in Montclair to ban gas leaf blowers. I did do that. While I acknowledged to Senator Kerry that I realize he's working on a much larger stage than Montclair, he graciously acknowledged that all hands must be on deck regarding the existential issue of climate change. Gas blowers are truly egregious contributors to this crisis. Please pass the ordinance. It'd be wonderful if it could be by unanimous vote, because I would like my bragging to be backed up in fact. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas. I live at 257 North Mountain Ave. I have a law practice at 96 Park Street. I grew up in Montclair. I went to Edgemont, Mount Hebron, Glenfield, Wesleyan, UPenn, UVA, and Georgetown. I have an MBA, an MPP, a JD. I love this town, and I want to believe that I can trust in our elected officials. But I see that you need help. And I have noticed that so many members of our community have stepped up and are doing research and providing true and accurate information that contradicts some of the statements made by counselors from the dais. I urge the counselors to listen and learn from their research. A few weeks ago, the firefighters overwhelmingly voted no confidence in Chief Herman. For almost a year now, we've heard about mismanagement and allegations of fraud as set forth in a legal complaint. I'm glad that Mr. Scantlebury is undertaking a forensic review of fire department operations, but is the Ambrose Group, a Cedar Grove firm, really appropriate? I think that Mr. Scantlebury should immediately fire Chief Herman or put him on administrative leave. Independent review must be completed without undue influences or pressure, such as the type that Mr. Spiller attempted to exert with O'Toole Scrivo to make the Bruce Morgan reports disappear. The appearances of impropriety are troubling. I applaud Mr. Scantlebury for making himself available to meet with the public and address concerns. I also thank Councilor Russo for his efforts to show the council how to lead by example. He consistently does what's best for Montclair, not what's best for himself, and that is admirable. I was shocked to see the mayor's video about the ransomware attack on the town computer systems. As a matter of law, the township manager, not the mayor, should be addressing the town about such things, but it appears that the mayor is unaware of his limitations under the Faulkner Act. According to the bills list provided with the agenda, the township paid over $459,000 in connection with the ransomware attack, giving the clerk even more excuses for failing to timely comply with FOIA requests. What did $500,000 pay for, and who authorized it? How did the breach happen? Were all appropriate firewalls and steps taken to prevent the breach? Did the IT department violate its obligations? 6 weeks into the security breach, why can't municipal departments and staff access their files? Weren't things properly backed up? The failure to promptly make minutes of the meetings available for approval by the next meeting is a serious problem as well. The law requires this, as set forth in the Open Public Meetings Act, OPMA, and 2 cases, Matawan, 212, New Jersey Super 328, 1986, and Keene Federation of Teachers, 233, New Jersey 566, 2018. The township has been ordered by Judge Petrillo to abide all laws, ordinances, and rules, but is not. Why? The last item on this agenda is Resolution R-23-184, resolution authorizing the award of professional services contract to the Government Strategy Group for a period of 1 year. This is the same resolution that failed at the last meeting. Robin, please vote no. Joe Hartnett is not going to be our manager. He's being asked by the mayor and the council members who vote for this to oversee Mr. Scantlebury, which does not appear to be legal under the Faulkner Act. We do not need to spend
Time.
money on such
Thank you.
services from an outside agency to oversee our town manager. It's
Thank you.
illegal.
That's, time.
If the council believes we need a new town manager, then the proper processes must be followed and the job posted
We do have a lot of
for a
speakers
fair
waiting
and
to speak.
open contract.
We ask you to
Abide
respect the
law.
times, please.
I
Thank you.
also renew my concerns about the failures of the clerk's office. Please be aware
Time,
of what
please.
the law
Thank you.
requires and abide it. And it is illegal
your
also
time
to
has expired.
change
Thank
the
you.
time at the beginning of
Thank
a
you.
meeting. It's against the law. You are required to abide all laws. Please do so.
Time, please. Thank you.
There should not be any concern that any of you have about listening to the public. You should be listening carefully to what we say and
We're trying to be
learning from it.
respectful of everyone's time
We
here.
are
and
respectful of you.
There's a lot
and
of
you
people who've
talk
got to
back
wait
us,
a
and
long
it's
time to
inappropriate.
speak, and
Yes,
your time has
we
expired,
all
ma'am.
have.
You've
Our
given
time
your
is
full time.
all precious. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Kaplun, and I'm like very ordinary senior citizen who, with another senior citizen, my husband, live in a small house which is 1,400 square feet, 2-bedroom house. Unfortunately, it's located on a steep ordinance. Thank you. Now, this proposal of eliminating use of gas blower, does town or can town provide us with the information? What is the level acceptable scientifically? What is considered to be accessible level or below norm? Now, in terms of pollution, I know when my husband used to blow the leaves from our deck in the area around the house with our electric blower. Unfortunately, people here were talking about high-level officials who agree with them. But I wanted to know basics. When he blew out the leaves, I had, and I still, lung cancer. So anything that environmentally can affect me will affect me. However, I can tell you, whether it was my gas blower that used my present contractor when they blow the leaves, or when my husband would blow the leaves, my electric blower, that affected me not more, not less, almost the same. I wanted to know what is scientific level of pollution where people like me, or even without the problem that I have, will be affected by that pollution. Does town consider that? Or people who spoke this only speak because right now it's really appropriate, they think, and it's time to talk about environment. But It's good. It's noble cause. However, it has to be a guidance and a reason. Everything they scientifically prove that it's above and beyond should be reduced. But if there is no scientific level, how we can say is it good or bad? I contacted 5 different landscape contractor because our contractor, landscaping contractor who moved along now, he told us in September, don't call me for the leaves, or be prepared to pay $3,000 or $4,000 for removal of the leaves because of the ban the town wants to place on us. I didn't believe him. I called 3 or 4 different landscape contractors outside of our town. And guess what they said? The same thing. How can township, without knowing scientific level of what is okay and what's not, place on citizens such a financial
Thank you
burden?
for your time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frankie Galasso, and I am a resident of Montclair. This is my first time speaking here, and I appreciate your time. I have been following the story about the fire department and the most recent story about 75% of the firefighters voting no confidence in the fire chief. And then I read that you are considering hire a fire company to assess the fire department operators, but then I learned that the head of that company is from Cedar Grove, where the fire chief resides, and that Anthony Ambrose has ties to O'Toole Scrivo law firm that investigated the racial discrimination that black firefighters experience at the hands of the fire chief. I am here to ask you to hire a different company to ensure an ethical assessment that residents of this town can trust. Another request I have is to listen to the majority of the firefighters and hire a new chief. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, I'm Lauren Berman. I live on Highland Avenue. Only a month ago, Judge Pedrillo described your actions as seeking the level of secrecy only afforded to the CIA and N.J.S.A, and he ordered you to follow legally required procedures at town council meetings. He made particular reference to the way you awarded the O'Toole Scrivo contract that whitewashed our affirmative action officers' findings of discrimination in the 2021 firefighters promotional exam. The order to follow your own procedures sunk in so well that at the start of the very next meeting, Mayor Spiller shortened the public's time to make comments to 2 minutes, contradicting the 3 minutes listed in the agenda for that meeting. Judge Petrillo's admonishments resonated with me as I've been coming to meeting after meeting requesting basic information that all of our neighboring towns provide as a matter of course. I requested you instruct the clerk to follow the law and respond to OPA requests. Never mind the fact that the majority of what I've submitted OPA requests about should be publicly available to begin with. I've requested for 7 months now that Chief Herman provide basic statistics about the fire department's operations, despite all of the same information being accessible on the websites of other towns. And now, on tonight's agenda, there is a resolution, quote, for assessment of township fire department, unquote. And this resolution awards the contract to a Cedar Grove firm who, as my friend Mariana put it, a simple Google search shows you is horrifying. Someone who has been the subject of numerous complaints, lawsuits, and investigations for racism and corruption. Maybe the only person less suited to conduct this investigation is Tim Stafford. Maybe. So, once again, we all scramble to send emails to rush over here to beg and plead with you to do the right thing. But we should not have to ask. You should just do your job. And the way to make comments shorter at these meetings is not to cut our time off. It's to create less constant panic and chaos so increasing numbers of us don't feel like we have to be here speaking about an ever-growing list of obvious, simple actions you should be taking. Hello, 5 months and hundreds of comments on gas-powered leaf blowers. Shout out to Anna, Jessica, Josh, Yana, and everyone else for your Herculean efforts. You got your 4th vote, finally. Let me be clear. I'm thrilled to have an investigation into the fire department's apparently bloated staffing levels, racist promotional exam, fraudulent time cards, disparately maintained firehouses, 24/7 Fox News playing practices. But you don't get to skip over the part where we're entitled to information we have been requesting since January about mutual aid, calls responded to, and overtime. And you need to have the investigation completed by someone whose report will have credibility and leave us in a better position than we are today.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I'm a resident of Mont Clair. I want to begin by very simply saying, please get us a new fire chief, and please just do your best to do what's right for this town. There's so many things on the agenda that I could comment about, but I am going to focus on pilots. So it's encouraging to witness the growing consensus among town council members regarding this structural problem in the school district's budget. With Robin Schlager, Peter Jacobellis, and Lori Price Abrams acknowledging the issue and expressing their concern for our children's education, it demonstrates a positive step towards finding a solution. Bob Russo's commitment to reallocating pilot revenue to the school district is also commendable, and we are forever grateful to the hard work he has put behind this, as it shows a willingness to take action. It was further encouraging to see Councilors Jacobellis and Lori Price Abrams participate in a meeting with approximately 20 concerned residents and 2 BOE members. I believe this willingness to open lines of communication will lead to meaningful changes that will benefit our community and ensure a better future for our children and our township as a whole. So progress has been made in that, in principle, we agree that something needs to change and be done about the way we allocate funds in our township, especially when our district faces a deficit year after year and our kids' education is nowhere near the gold standard as it should be with the money residents are paying in property taxes to live here. I wonder what Dr. Pons would have said if he had been asked what was on the district's wish list, which is impossible to grant with the budget being what it is. So I know we are not passing any resolution tonight to put any of this into action, despite Councilor Russo's efforts and tenacity in his attempts to get it on the agenda. But I would like to open up the conversation a bit more, seeing as we do have some sort of majority consensus, and take a look at the 2010 New Jersey State Comptroller's report that offers best practices and guidelines for townships to utilize when it comes to pilot agreements.
Hi, my name is Obi Miranda Woodley. First, I want to ask the council to investigate the fire department, but please vote no to hiring Ambrose. Next topic. In 2010, Matthew Boxer, then New Jersey State Comptroller, issued a report on pilots or payments in lieu of revenue, agreements that municipalities make with developers or redevelopers for certain properties in their locality. In essence, the town is allowed to give a long-term tax abatement to the developer in place of a fee that is paid to the municipality. The municipality is required to share 5% of this revenue with the county. Here are some highlights from that report. However, abatement programs can also create inequities and the potential for waste and abuse. The inequities stem from shifting tax burdens, while the potential for waste and abuse lies in the process of choosing developers and projects. For example, as noted previously, under long-term abatement arrangements, property tax collections on the development, which normally are split among several entities, are eliminated, and 95% of the negotiated pilot is kept by the municipality, with 5% for the county and nothing for the school districts. In many cases, the negotiated pilot provides more funds to the municipality than it would have otherwise received, while the other government entities receive less. This system distorts the cost and benefits of an abatement deal, as municipalities may receive greater funds while other entities, particularly school districts, absorb costs. Another paragraph. In this situation, the true costs of awarding an abatement are shielded from municipal decision makers and are passed on to school districts, other county residents, and state taxpayers. Despite the degree to which county and school districts' revenue can be impacted, the counties and school districts have no role in the granting process. Under current abatement law, there is no role required of these entities, and none of the municipalities we interviewed actively involved them in the consideration or approval of such abatements. The survey The surveyed counties and school districts themselves confirm that they are not involved and typically not even aware when abatements are granted. A publicly reported example from the city of Bayonne illustrates the impact numerically. In November 2009, the city granted an abatement to a power station project worth a reported $400 million. It was projected to provide a total of $45 million in pilot revenue over 30 years, with 95% going to the municipality. Under a traditional tax structure, the city would have collected $27 million, and the county and school district collectively would have received even more. From the perspective of the city, the decision to grant the abatement is a somewhat straightforward one.
Thank you.
June Regner, I'm a Montclair resident. Straightforward one. Granting the abatement results in a municipal net gain of more than $15 million. However, the other public entities lose out financially, with the school district receiving nothing and the county only 5% of the pilot to replace the tens of millions of dollars due under normal tax conditions. Nonetheless, the abatement decision was made entirely by the city. So, people in Montclair who work here, who have businesses here, who have families, are spending more and more time researching your jobs. We shouldn't be reading you this report. You guys should know it. You should be voting by it. You should be understanding it. It's disgusting. You are united. You are uniting this town and making us do research and investigate you because everything you do is suspect. Let's start out with basic democracy and sunshine. We should be getting minutes after every meeting and not months later. I noticed you're voting on April's minutes tonight. That is wrong. You're not doing your job. You're not making her do your job, and you're not overseeing it. Next thing you're voting on tonight, you want to change Section 48 to give Chief Herman a much more golden parachute than he's already getting. And instead of actually doing the right thing and resigning after getting a 70% vote of no confidence, I understand he went on vacation. You guys, you need to just fire him if he won't do the right thing. And now you're bringing in a very much needed consultant to see what the heck is going on. But again, you're repeating the O'Toole-Scribo nonsense and bringing in someone with zero credibility. Do you want us here all the time watching everything you're doing because you just can't do the right thing? Tonight you're voting on buying the property on Union Street at full asking price, despite its being on the market for over 100 days. I'm a realtor, but come on. Don't you guys know that that's too much money? Have you looked at all the work that that property needs? You guys don't have the ability to handle doing that, much less doing it even close to right. What are you thinking? You guys need to get your acts together. You need to be committed to doing your homework, doing things the right way, so we don't have to be up here all the time telling you to.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hello. My name's John Minus. I live on New Street. I usually only watch the city council meetings to see what the latest leaf blower drama is, and but this bamboo thing seems pretty promising too. So, I'm not from Montclair, but I've lived here long enough to be really obnoxious about living here. You can ask any of my friends. This is how I lead all my conversations. You know, I live in Montclair. I really like it here. One of the things that I've noticed is that after 8 or 9 p.m., the city's a ghost town. And I'm not sure if that's by design or because of the economy post-COVID. But this place used to be known for its nightlife, and there's nothing really going on anymore on Bloomfield Avenue. There's empty storefronts and things like that. And I like to say I see potential, and the potential of Montclair is so big for there to be more, because people don't want to go to the city anymore for entertainment. They want to stay close to home, and we have all of this. And none of it's being utilized. And all of these people, well, I've lived here long enough to be mad about the gentrification, I'll say that. But a lot of the people moving to this town are younger. They have either young kids or no kids, and they have a lot of disposable income, and I'm wondering, where is all that money going? It should be going here. I've run a comedy show at Just Jake's in Montclair. Sorry, you know that. I'm just so used to saying it all is one thing. But I've run a show at Just Jake's for 7 years now. We had to take a break because of COVID, like everything. But that's it. And this town is so ripe for comedy. It's so ripe for music. It's so ripe for a lot of things that could bring more money to this city and help us be, everything people think we are as a city. And, okay, what was I saying? Yeah, so I've run this comedy show for 6 or 7 years, and people enjoy seeing. I bring comics from New York, and people will come because they say, I don't want to go to New York, it's so expensive. We have so much appeal for people, not only from here, but from all of Essex County and from other counties. People used to come to Montclair from Central Jersey, where I am from, just to hang out, and now I don't see any of that anymore. It's just nothing in this. After I leave my show, I come out, there's nobody around, everything's closed. And it's not the biggest deal, but I feel like it's a big deal to the city overall, because nightlife is kind of what part of Montclair's reputation is. So, okay, 10 seconds. That's mostly it. But like I said, my next show is August 3rd, 8 p.m. at Just Jake's.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bonnie Abrams-Fogel. I'm a resident of Montclair. Now, the dates I am quoting are based on information from an essentially promotional newsletter from a council person, not an official township release. I am appalled at the announced dates for the reveal and vote on the revised Lackawanna plan. An August 15th reveal, the final week of summer programs, as year-round academics and businesses prepare to close for the last 2 weeks in August, and as families go on vacation. People come home on or around Labor Day to return to work and school, and one of the busiest times of the year. Parents are out every night of the week going to their schools. The following week, September 12th, is when you are voting. Somehow, we are to believe that a public hearing held between August 15th and September 12th will be able to be attended by Montclairians who are affected by this out-of-character, massive, and unwanted project. It's almost as if this is all your intention. But why should this be a surprise, given the way you went behind our backs and held closed-door meetings with the freshman developer, as the judge in Barnard Township called him, without input from the people, the planning board, or the HPC, and without an environmental impact study? This vote is your chance to right wrongs. If you vote for this plan, you will all be remembered for helping to destroy and erase the African American community. Fingers will be pointed at you. The Fourth Ward matters. Additionally, you've allowed Councilman Yacobelis to take credit for everything. This is, in his words, his pet project. He self-promotes in his newsletter as if he speaks for all of you. And in doing so, he diminishes everyone around him to elevate himself. And frankly, you all come off as his tools.
Hi, my name is Barbara Flessis. I live at 140 Lorraine Avenue. I'm speaking tonight to echo what a prior citizen spoke to about the ban on leaf blowers, on gas leaf blowers. Though it is a lofty goal, I would ask that the council consider some reason in its decision for an all-out ban. You should be listening to the landscapers who have told us all that it's going to be very expensive for homeowners to maintain their properties. I'm not going to buy my own electric lawn mower and mow my lawn. If $3,000 or $4,000 each season to do cleanup of our lawns is unacceptable, other towns have put in bans and they've decided to backpedal on them. We've had 3 different landscapers in the last 3 years. All of them have told us that it's going to be very expensive for them to do business in Montclair, and we should respect these small businesses who've worked in our town for a long time and not put them out of business in Montclair.
Hello, Eric D'Amato, 25 Norwood Avenue, and I'm actually going to thank you, councilors, for getting back to me over the last couple of months on an issue that I had with each of you. 6 out of 7, that's 85%, which I think is pretty good. Mayor Spiller, you owe me a beer. The second thing I want to say, and I'm not going to say it in a mean way, we have been talking tonight about asking you to relieve people of jobs that they've had for a while, and that's very tough. And I think we should do this in a way that's not mean, and I'm not going to talk about Chief Herman, but I'm going to talk about the town clerk for 1 second. I'm not exactly sure of the mechanics of this, but I believe that over the next couple of months, the town clerk's position will enter a period of tenure, after which it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to relieve them of their duties. And unfortunately, over the last couple of years, the clerk has not really been doing her duty, quite literally. And this became grave with Judge Petrullo's order that the town follow all of its procedures relating to open government. So I'm not going to say any more. I'm not going to say somebody's a bad person or a scoundrel or corrupt, but the job is not getting done. And very soon you will, by doing nothing, accede to a situation in which the job may not get done permanently. That's all I'll say, and thank you again.
Hi, good evening. My name is Richmond Rabinowitz. Can you hear me okay? I've lived here for 47 years, and I would like to ask, as you consider a leaf ban, that you hold in your hearts the people who have worked hard to make our town so beautiful, and that you understand the difference between a small piece of property and a large piece of property. I'm 76 years old. My husband's had heart surgery, has had a shoulder replaced. We cannot take care of our property. We cannot quadruple what we pay. I'm 76 and still working full time, so we can afford to stay here. Please don't make the assumption that everybody on larger lots has endless income. We do not all of us. And I understand, I would never stand here and be defensive of two-stroke motors. They need to go. All gasoline motors need to go. I'm asking for some thoughtful, time-implemented strategies to give our landscapers time to adjust, to give homeowners time to adjust, to make sure we don't lose. What's going to happen when we have those slippery leaves on our driveway? What's going to happen when the storm drains are closed? It would have been far worse without our storm drains being cleaned, and they're not cleaned by the town. They're cleaned by the landscapers. I see them all the time. So I'm not saying we don't need a ban on leaf blowers eventually, but I'm asking you to bring your wisest thinking to how and when and to what extent and how quickly. Even a modification that would allow the big leaf blowers on the ground for spring and fall cleanup would make a giant difference for all of us. So I'm just asking you, please, to bring your kindness and your wisdom. And remember, these guys, they've been here, Lou's been here for 3 generations, you know, longer than anybody in this room. So please, you know, come with a full heart and think of all of us. We're not all wealthy because we're on big pieces of property. We cannot do it by ourselves, and we cannot remove the snow without these guys helping us. We just can't. So please bear us in mind too. Maybe this should apply to properties over ½ an acre, you know, and how can you exempt the town from part of it? Yes, 3, you can use 3. In the ordinance, we can only use 10. So please, I'm not saying I know all the answers, but I'm asking you to be thoughtful and to remember you are representing all of us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Viro Dente. I started Dente Landscaping 1972. This is the 52nd season that I work in Montclair. I own 3 properties in Montclair. What you try to do, I didn't say that it's wrong. I only ask you, let's come to a compromise. 2020, 23 years ago, we sat down, and for 20 years, 21 years, it was okay. The summertime, fine, we can live with. November come, you see this parking lot here with all the cars? How you go with the rake in this parking lot? I do Montclair Muse, the condominium, full of cars. The way we do it, with the wheel blowers, leaf blowers, we are able to go underneath the cars. The big pack, I went and spent $4,000 for the battery operated. First of all, they only last 20 minutes, each battery. How many battery you need? I demo the steel blower, the big pack. They give me a price. I say, if I buy 4 of them, $2,150. The most the battery lasts on the high speed is only 1 hour. PMP, lawnmower, Jersey Powers, probably is going to speak later. They explained it to me. The most they can last 2 hours. How we do the month of November? We take care of a lot of those big houses on Upper Mountain Avenue. And Mr. Tivocoli emailed me. I know it's going to take me too much time. I'm going to read it, but I'm going to send it to you what he said. Think about it. Mr. Mayor, we talk in the spring when we talk, before you lower from July, from the end of June to May 15, and you ask me, you say, what can we do? You only hear from one side. You're going to hear both sides. Hear both sides. You're our customer. And then you come up with a thing. Give us time. Maybe 2 years from now, the equipment are here. That's fine. But no now. They're not here now. At least know that I know. Maplewood, yes, they bend the blower. In a year, like somebody said, do your own work. They're gonna go back. They're gonna allow them in the month of November to use the blowers. Why don't you wait for them first, and then you vote on? Anyway, I think I got enough time. Good night.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Todd Brewer. I was born and raised here in Montclair. I'm currently a resident of Ridgewood, New Jersey. I am going to echo the sentiments of some of the people that have gone before me here. I think your intentions are great with this leaf blower ban, but I think we are jumping the gun a little bit. The technology on the new machines is not there yet. They're exorbitantly expensive, and they just aren't able to do the job. So I think we need a little more time, and I think really that writing environmental law is probably beyond the purview of local government. Step number one to writing environmental law is environmental impact statements and benefit cost assessments. No one has done that. It's just sort of arbitrary, and it's I think it's a rather vocal minority that wants this, and that the vast majority of the people, especially those with larger properties, are just going to be greatly underserved. And these people pay enormous tax bills. We've heard tons of issues tonight that you guys are facing. I think you should face those issues and leave the leaf blowers alone. It's restrictive enough as it is. Thank you very much.
Hey there. My name is Jim Ackerman, longtime Montclarian, 23 years, proud Montclarian. I'm not here, I'm going to speak about the leaf blowers. I'm not here to make an argument for gas blowers. They harm the environment. They probably pose a health hazard to the people that operate them. And for some, the noise is a nuisance. When it comes to environmental issues, I think every single one of us needs to be more vigilant. In fact, I suspect all of us leave a pretty large carbon footprint between the cars we drive, the oil and gas we use to sort of heat and cool our homes, the electricity that is generated from natural gas. In the grand scheme of things, we all share responsibility. We all need to be watchdogs. And more importantly, we all need to make good choices for the future of the planet. But I'm also concerned for the financial health of these small business owners. One thing I love about Montclair is I think we are champions of small business. And I think these landscape companies are small businesses that we need to support. This is a business with low margins, and moving over to electric equipment will add considerable cost for the equipment, for the cost of running these machines, and more importantly, for the additional manpower it will require. The economic impact will be real for these small businesses. So while I'm not suggesting that everything remains status quo, I am advocating for a slower process, one that will give these small businesses time to adjust, one that will maybe see technological advances that will make better electric equipment. So that's my primary point. So I'm not suggesting everything remains status quo, just that we're a little bit more careful in our decision making. In fact, this is the way our federal government is regulating the automotive industry, forcing them to gradually electrify their fleets over the next few years, not immediately. So I'm wondering if the town, working with these business owners, can come up with a plan that allows them to make some modifications over the next few years, which would lessen the economic impact on their business and their employees. Thank you.
Mike Byrne, 142 Gordonhurst Avenue. Like my friend here, I also remember when Bob Russo was following Marion Greco around like a puppy dog 35 years ago.
What insulting
Well,
lies.
you did.
What a bunch of lies.
John Kelly,
I was the
Jim
Democratic
Treffinger,
chairman of Bloomfield.
Christy
I was
Whitman.
for
You
the
followed them all
Democrats,
around,
not a
Bob.
Republican.
Bob, you
What
followed them all
stupid
around.
junk comes up here with this stuff?
You followed them all around. I was there, and you know I was there. Okay. As to the issue of Chief John Herman,
Republican liars.
I was there. You know I was there, Bob. You know I was there.
You were a kid. You weren't even around 35 years ago.
I've been following you around, chasing you on this issue.
Harassing me for years. That's what you've been doing.
You've been harassing the people of this town since 1990.
Oh, great.
Now,
I've been
as to the
harassing you for 30
issue of John Herman is a prince of a man. His family has been serving this community for 3 generations in public safety, and the attacks that have been levied at John Herman are completely inappropriate. As to the issue of leaf blowers, I have here an estimate that was provided to the Township of Montclair that shows how much a battery-powered leaf blower, along with a battery and two different chargers, costs. Do any of you know how much that is? I don't know if you've paid the bill yet or not. Do you know how much one electric leaf blower, the chargers associated with it, and the battery cost? Anybody? The answer is $28,558.36. This is the estimate. It's the estimate that's provided to the Township of Montclair, $28,558.36. Okay, so you're gonna be driving up costs, obviously for yourselves, whether you know it or not, and then the downstream hidden tax for everybody in this room, the people who have spoken and more, is going to be exorbitant. I think you know that. And I think it's a big problem. Russo's been here a long time. He knows the tree canopy in this town is vastly understated compared to what it used to be. And when you're driving up costs by taking the leaves out of the street, forcing them into bags, making them be carted away, and now when you layer this new cost on, you're disincentivizing people from planting shade trees. We have a sign in the back from the 1980s. We had a shade tree commission. The shade trees are gone. The shade trees are gone compared to where they used to be.
That's time.
So I'd ask you to, if you care about the environment, to put policies in that incentivize shade trees. Thank you.
Mayor, I have to respond. You got to allow me the courtesy that my wife just sent me a message from home, ignore him. Well, I'm not going to ignore him. I'm not going to ignore him. 30 years that I've been harassing the people of Montclair, you be the judge of that. For 30 years, that guy's been harassing me. He's the Republican Party chairman of Montclair, a big Trump supporter. This is what we face.
Wait a minute.
It's a national issue.
Speak when the ordinance is brought up. That's how.
We're in public comment. There's no ordinance that's been brought up.
Wait a minute. So I could have spoke about it in the beginning?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to do.
No, because you're
Hold
only
on a
supposed to.
second.
He's supposed to make the announcement. This
Hold
is the
on a second,
ordinance.
sir.
Does anybody have
Sir,
anything to say?
you've had
That's
your-
the way it goes.
you've-
Parliamentary procedure.
Hold on. You've had your 3 minutes. You spoke during public comment. You cannot speak again.
Wait a minute.
You cannot come up and
He's got
speak
an
during
attorney.
public comment.
He knows that when you make the announcement that this is the ordinance, does anybody in the audience
I can understand
have
that.
anything to say? That's when you say it.
Okay, so we
That's
have.
parliamentary procedure, but
That
you
is-
guys break every damn thing. You know, you should stand up because those seats got to be pretty damn hot right now. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll
This is not how
stand
you
up.
run a.
I'll stand up to
Good.
you. I'll stand up to
This
you.
is how you don't.
Before
run a-
you continue, when the ordinance, if an ordinance is introduced, you can speak to it then. This is public
That's
comment.
what I said.
That is not what you
Well,
said. You were
just
at a
let everybody
microphone.
else talk about it.
It is public comment. People can speak for 3 minutes. Thank you.
National issue we're facing with the Republican Party.
Mayor, and I'll remind you, when the ordinance is introduced, there is no comment. It's just on second
Trump
read.
Republicans.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
About the politics. Okay?
Ms. Baskerville, go ahead.
Hi,
Thank you.
good evening, everyone. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Renee Baskerville. Two quick things. One, I owe an apology to all of you here in the Township of Montclair. In and about August the 9th, 2017, we began a very robust discussion about the ills of bamboo. In fact, I believe Councilwoman Okay, and so the discussion went on, and we talked about many of the same things you're talking about today. And my apology is because after that meeting in 2017, we were to have a discussion with Steve Schuckman, as I recall, and we were definitely supposed to take some type of action at that time to follow up and get rid of the bamboo. I'm just here because I want to encourage you guys to don't do the same thing again that many of us that are sitting here, and myself included, did in 2017, and dismiss it and don't let it follow through. So please follow through and take care of that immediately. On the second matter, I hate to repeat things that people said, so I'm just going to say ditto to what Norma Tassi said, ditto to what Diane Tyree said, and I'd like to ask Chief Herman to please retire, take his full pension, and just retire now.
Good evening. My name is Peter Holm. I'm a resident on Christopher Street, and I'm also one of the organizers of Quiet Montclair. Sorry. I'm too tall, excuse me. So, regarding the issue of leaf blowers, obviously, I want to just say Quiet Montclair strongly supports the proposed ordinance. It would become one of the strongest leaf blower laws in the country, and certainly the strongest in New Jersey, and that would be a major accomplishment for this council and for this town. I also just want to address a few points. You have, in this ordinance, really followed the science. I appreciate that. I think when it comes to both the health and environmental harms, we know that gas leaf blowers produce very high levels of harm on both of those issues through their emissions, their toxic emissions, and through their noise. There's, I can't even, countless studies that demonstrate the hazards that the emissions and the noise cause, whether that's volatile organic compounds like benzene and formaldehyde that are major carcinogens, whether that's nitrogen oxides, which react with those VOCs to produce ground level ozone, which causes many serious health hazards, particularly for people with respiratory disease, or whether it's fine particulate matter, which is well known to cause all sorts of serious health effects. Those are all produced in prodigious amounts by gas leaf blowers because they burn fossil fuels and spew them into the air at high speeds. They incompletely burn them as well, which makes it even worse. Whereas electric leaf blowers are much better. They do not burn any fuel while they're being operated. All of those things are not happening. They do kick up some fine particulate matter into the air, as do gas leaf blowers, as does driving, as do many other things.
Again, we're not going to call out, no matter what, who's speaking. Thank you.
Excuse me. And they are far quieter as well. I will quote from the one major peer-reviewed study that was published in the Journal of Environmental and Toxicological Studies, which said that people experience gas leaf blowers as much louder than battery leaf blowers at distances up to 400 feet at least outdoors and indoors as well, even when they have the same manufacturer noise rating, and that is because the gas leaf blowers produce a much lower frequency sound profile than the battery ones. They are much more dangerous and they are much more loud. This bill really addresses those issues and also provides for a ban on electrics only on air quality action days when the risk is actually higher of particulate matter in the air. I would also just offer that I'd like to note that in addition to Maplewood, which is having this ban already enacted this year, and I would take a little bit of the time back from the gentleman in the back, Washington, D.C. has had a full ban.
That is your time. Thank you.
Just please, I was interrupted for 30 seconds, please.
Definitely not 30 seconds. You've got
20 seconds.
Finish your statement.
Washington, D.C.,
Your time.
which is a city of 800,000 people and 2 million trees, has had a year-round ban for more than a year and a half. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Anna Grossman from Essex Avenue. I wanted to thank you profusely for listening to the science, for opening your availability to all the massive amount of information that we sent you, for really doing the right thing for public health, despite intimidation, despite lies, despite misinformation and everything that's been circling around. I'm very grateful to you for taking this enormous step. For all the landscapers who are here, please reach out to me. I'm happy to help you. This is not a war against you. This is a war for our children, for people with asthma, for people who would like to breathe fresh air, for people who would like a climate future. We're not here to antagonize you. You can definitely find me outside. I'm not scared of you in any way. Next time, please don't show up with the people who ruined our 4th of July parade with homophobic and anti-trans signs. That might be easier for me to deal with. The technology is there. We've done extensive research. There's massive public parks that are using electric. And whoever's informed you has been giving you really bad, politically motivated information. You can do your job, and you can do your wonderful job, which is so hard, and you can do it well without making yourself and your employees sick. And we're here to help you. We're not here to hurt you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mimi Weaver, Cooper Avenue, Montclair. I know all of you. I was home watching all of this online, and I had to get in my car and come in and speak. You have to be bold. Don't leave your offices just being bleh. Make a statement. Make a statement for this town, for my street, for this state, for this country. It's our grandchildren. I'm not even asking anymore for a senior center. I'll be long gone when that senior center comes. I'm asking for our future, for our grandchildren. You've got to pass this rule, this ordinance of banning gas blowers. We can't have them. July 4th, in fact, was the sweetest day. I came outside and I was like, what's so sweet about July 4th? All of the guys were off. It was such a quiet, beautiful day. From my heart, I ask you, for our grandchildren, for my grandchildren's grandchildren, you have to be bold. You can't leave this office being meek and mild. Take a stand. Become a town where people will turn to us for information so that they can move forward. I don't know about you, but I went for my grandchild just a few weeks ago at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had to put my headlights on because the air was so thick when those forest fires were coming through. We have to take each a little bit here, a little bit there, and the town needs to pick up the leaves on the street. We've got to go back to that. My husband at 86 years of age with needing a hip replacement. I just had a molar removed, but I got off of that chair to come in here. We will do what we have to do to protect this town. And I ask you to step forward and be bold. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Regards to Roosevelt.
Hello, members of the council. I'm a Ward 1 resident, heartened to hear so many here today speak in favor of environmentalism. Today, my name's Kevin Dyer, sorry about that. Today, I'd like to speak about a lesser-known aspect of environmentalism, which is housing. Multifamily housing contributes a fraction of the carbon emissions of single-family housing, and when placed near our town's abundant transit options, can have massively beneficial environmental implications. I'm in favor of the Lackawanna proposal, but agree with one criticism I frequently hear. Our town's housing obligations are not being shared equitably. Ward 1, my ward, despite having multiple train stations, a state university, and a major commercial zone, has set aside less than 5% of zonable land for multifamily housing. As a town, we need to take seriously the issues of housing affordability and environmentalism, and that's why I insist you to take a look at rezoning parts of Ward 1. Thank you.
How are you? I come in peace. I'm Joe Bacaro Landscaping. I've been in business for about 32 years in this town. I have about 50 customers. With this new band, probably around 4 of them I could actually do. All the rest are on Christopher Street, Edgewood, Wayside, Stonebridge. I mean, you could literally spend days there with a rake and an electric blower. The best blower on the market right now is a steel blower. Like Vito says it's about $2,100, lasts about an hour and a half. A spare battery for that is also $1,100, okay, which will give you about 2.5 hours of runtime. You got 8 guys, you do the math, you're over 20 grand, right, to do about 3 hours worth of work. The problem is, he said, oh, give us a couple years, you know. It's not us, okay? There's nothing on the market right now that could do what we have now, right? So these electric blowers are actually less than half of the power that we're going to have. So it's going to take an exorbitant amount of time. You're looking at like 300% more costs for these customers to actually get even through some of these, and some of them I'm going to have to walk away from because they're just huge. They would take us days. I don't have the manpower. There's no laborers out there like there was, you know, and it's going to lose a lot of jobs because I'm going to have to let guys go because I have to absorb the cost of losing 50 customers. So I just want you to understand that there's nothing out there for us to get right now to do what you want to do. I get what you want to do. I get it, right? I get it. I'm an Eagle Scout. I've been in the woods, the whole thing, right? I understand the whole thing you want to do. But there's nothing for us to actually buy. It would be up to us as the owner to make that investment if we want to still work here. It would be on us, right? So that would be it. But there's nothing for us to actually purchase to do our job. And that's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Josh Cohen, Ward 2, 11 Fidelity Place. First of all, I call out you guys a lot, so I want to give some compliments. Peter and Lori, thank you very much for meeting on the pilots. I hope we move forward with that. As you know, we are pushing to get pilots, some of that money pushed towards the schools. Bob, thank you for everything you've been doing, both on leaf blowers and the pilots. Mr. Cummings, thank you in some of the arguments from the last meeting on trying to hold costs down about going after some of these, hiring some of the companies. So thank you. 2 things, short time, pilots. I'm sure other people spoke to this. There's money that's coming from those pilots that by right should go to the schools. It's not we're asking you, it's just by right. That's money going, it should go to the schools. So I hope you figure that out. Robin, by the way, thank you for the email. On the leaf blowers, I was hoping to do a victory lap tonight. Just a couple things. You know, why don't we lower the age of cigarette smoking, right? So the cigarette companies can make more of a profit. Why don't the landscapers start using DDT again? Because then you could do one application. There is a reason why certain things aren't allowed anymore. This is a public health issue. The landscapers, I'm sympathetic to a point. It's not an essential service. A lot of people in Upper Montclair, I see those houses. They can afford to pay for that. Okay.
Everybody gets their 3 minutes.
On the fixed income people, I get it. But here's the thing. You can, the ability for someone to make a profit stops in my ability and my family's ability to breathe healthy air. Bottom line. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Good evening, Anson Pope, Elm Street here in Montclair. I'm also going to commend you all tonight, actually, and not yell at you. I am a little concerned, though, about the 2 minutes versus 3 minutes, and I do have a legitimate question I'm curious I'll ask all of you. Do we have written procedures for public comment for our meetings? Mr. Mayor.
We'll answer all the questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. As to the leaf blowers, I am very happy about this as well. You know, somebody said to me recently that, you know, they were fighting for their family's survival and so forth, you know, wanting their landscaping company to survive. And I said, yeah, and I'm fighting for my family too. I want them to be able to breathe healthy air. So with that in mind, I'm looking forward to Leaf Armageddon in the fall because it's going to be so awful here. But in any case, we talked a lot about different things tonight, all of us. And I agree with all of it. Chief Herman's got to go. The fire department has to be investigated. The company to do it, not the one that I would like either. And it's for that reason that I have formed Montclair Residents for Responsible Government, a new PAC, and that our website is mr4rg.org. And I'm going to get all of these groups together. And we are going to keep our township honest, transparent, and on the right course. We're already doing it, but now we're going to do it in an organized fashion. And I invite everybody, all of the residents, this is more for them than it is for you all. I invite you all to join me and the rest of our concerned citizens here in the township to keep our town on the right course, on the right path, and let's all do it together. Thank you.
My name is Richard Leonardis, and I own Jersey Power Equipment, which is a lawnmower shop in Clifton. I was here probably 25 or 28 years ago when you first started this. I can tell you, I sell all type of equipment. There's nothing on the market that's going to take the place of the backpack blower. If you'd like me to come and demo backpacks or battery-powered equipment here, I would gladly do that. But these guys cannot do the job that they need to do with an electric blower of anybody's battery. It's just not out there. They're moving very quickly in trying to develop a battery-powered lawnmower that will last. The price is extremely high, though it's coming down. They're working hard on these lawnmowers being autonomous to save on labor, and everybody's trying to get, that's where their focus is. I don't have anything that I sell, and I've done a lot of research, and I've been doing this for years, that is going to work in this town with a battery-powered product. I'll give you my phone number. If you want to call me, I'll gladly come and demo. We're not there. Maplewood is trying it. I think they're going to fall on their face. I think you should wait and see what happens in that town. Livingston, I think they had the best agenda. They says, we'll try it, we'll buy it, we'll try it, we'll let our town members and town employees use the product. If the product works, we'll then move forward to have everybody go in that direction. If it doesn't work, we're not going to put that burden on the landscaper or the people of the town. And I think you guys should probably follow the same suit. But again, I'm Richard from Jersey Power Equipment. My phone number is 973-667-1022. I'd gladly bring you electric, battery-powered products. It's not going to work. Thank you.
Adriana O'Toole, 48 South Willow. I really wasn't going to come tonight and speak, but the elephant in this room is grass. The thing to do is to ban grass. You'd eliminate all these problems. All these properties used to have trees on them. Some of them on South Mountain still have beautiful landscaping. You can do an awful lot of natural gardening. There's a whole program on using native plants. Going down Midland Avenue during the parade, there's some gorgeous houses on Midland Avenue with gardens that have beautiful, ornamental, bee and bird producing favorite plants. Grass is lovely, but this is not England with large manufactured lawn. Get over the grass idea and think of something else.
My name's John Lytle. I live at 40 Union Street in the 3rd Ward. I'd like to speak or to make a few comments about Ordinance 23-22 regarding the acquisition of property at 34 Union Street. And I'll repeat it this time that I live at 40 Union Street. No one's more affected. I live directly adjacent to that property. Let me begin by thanking Councilman Cummings for the recent public meeting he held about this project. And when I read carefully the ordinance as it was read last time, I just find a few inconsistencies that I'd be a lot more comfortable if some words were changed, and I'll just go over those. In Section 2, it says, there is hereby authorized $999,000 for the acquisition of property up to $50,000 for expenses incidental to the acquisition for such capital account to be designated. Well, I was led to believe at the public meeting that the property acquisition would be funded from the Affordable Housing Fund that the developers contribute to when they don't build affordable housing. If that's the plan, why not say it instead of for an account to be designated? Let's just be as clear and simple as we can. Prior to that, in Section 1, the ordinance reads, "The Township Council hereby authorizes the purchase of the property on Union Street in the Township of Montclair designated block such and such, lot such and such, on the tax maps, commonly known as 34 Union Street, for the market value of $999,000. I agree with the realtor before. I think it's really deceptive calling that price the market value. Just say in the ordinance that you're authorizing buying it for $999,000. It's deceptive to call it the market price. Market price is determined via an auction, or in many times it's determined via, and particularly when it's a rental property, by the cash flow generated by the rent roll. And since I know that quite a few of the units inside that building are currently empty and not producing a rent, if you value it by classical means, it's worth less than that. If you look at the way many parts of it are substandard and need to be improved, it's worth less than that. The last comment about the wording of the ordinance, and I'll email Mr. Cummings my notes, is that in the second paragraph it says, whereas the township desires to acquire certain property designated as block such and such, lot such and such, on the tax maps commonly known as 34 Union Street for public purposes, principally but not limited to the provision of affordable housing. Well, why isn't it limited? Why isn't it limited to the purpose of affordable housing? If it's true what was said at the public meeting that it's going to be funded from the Affordable Housing Fund, why aren't we limiting its use to the purpose of not just affordable housing, but permanent affordable housing?
Thank you. Thank you. Time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Time?
Time. Yes. Thank you.
Hey, John. John. Thank you for the comments. Please just email them to me directly. And I think what I'll do is I'll have Ms. Talley respond to some of the questions that you have, because the agreement with the purchase is to remain affordable and not market or anything. So there's certain language that you brought in. Right. So that'll be taken care of. Thank you.
Kindly copy me as well, sir. And I have, sir, one more, John, here. If you would, I would appreciate, share them with me as well, because it was my similar point of view that this was meant to be preserved as affordable housing, whether for the current units, the things that would be built to serve other populations, et cetera.
More specifically, permanent affordable housing.
Well, with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I do believe that is the requirement of it, but we can be explicit about that. And Councilor Cummings, we could look at the language, and if we need to strike a word or two, we could look at that before we pass it tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. Judith Antolman, Walnut Street. In February of this year, a small group of residents, unaffiliated with Quiet Montclair or with any organization, just residents who cared about the health and well-being of our community, we attended our first meeting to advocate for a complete year-round ban of gas-powered leaf blowers. And after 5 grueling months of meetings and persuasion based on the science, I am grateful for this immediate full ban of gas-powered leaf blowers. Thank you to Councillor Robin Schlager and Councillor Lori Price Abrams for meeting with us, listening to us. I really appreciate it. And to Councillor Bob Russo, at every opportunity, I will thank you for your enduring support of this immediate ban. In the face of verbal detritus, you remained a stalwart advocate of this cause. Thank you for your efforts and for being with us from the start.
Hi, Jessica Stolzberg, Fairfield Street. Tonight you're
Can't hear you. Can't
sorry.
hear.
Tonight you're passing important legislation that will forevermore end the use of the gas leaf blower in Montclair. After many months and many obstacles, at least 5 of you are voting together to put public health first. This action is going to make safer and healthier the lives of all who live and work here. I hope each of you who votes yes feels incredibly proud of passing legislation that protects the health of both people and planet. You follow in the footsteps of others, but you also lead the way for more to come. I hope you'll feel empowered by this act of coming together on the dais to protect this town you serve and hold tight to how good it feels to make decisions where community health is held above all else in a town of almost 40,000 people who depend on you. The decisions you make impact our present and our future. Across the last 5 months, I've become aware that the common denominator of most town issues is community health. So I'd like to briefly mention 2 upcoming matters of community health that need your care. As you look carefully at the development plan of Lackawanna Plaza, please keep community health at the top of your wish list. Do not block out the light of longtime residents living nearby. Do not overwhelm the physical landscape with a plan that is out of scale for our town. Be certain the needs of the 4th Ward is paramount, from traffic patterns to what kind of food store comes in. Think about community health first in every aspect of what will be built. Next, I'd like to talk about children's health. Our kids deserve a healthy environment, and tonight you're delivering on that. They also need a sound education. One important element is in your hands, pilot funding. 130 students currently live in buildings that send pilot funds to the township and not one dime to the schools. For the sake of children's health, please come together for yet another important change in Montclair and divert the fair share of pilot funds to the schools. I stand here tonight, someone who, along with so many wonderful others, has asked for the same thing in this room at every meeting since February 7th, and it worked. Special shout out to Councilor Russo, who has been steadfast in our work, and Councilor Schlager and Price Abrams for their thoughtful attention as well. I have a few seconds. I just want to respond to some of the landscapers and let you know that this is only the gas leaf blower. We are not suggesting any changes to your other gas-powered tools. I'd like you to hold tight to the fact that Larchmont, New York, White Plains, New York, all of Washington, D.C., Maplewood, New Jersey, Evanston, Illinois, and countless towns in California have all successfully passed this ban, and their landscaping professionals are still thriving. I'd also like to encourage you to consider changing your blowing practices so that perhaps you have less to blow, which would make this change to this one tool less of a burden for you because you wouldn't need to use it quite as long. And by changing practices, and we'd be happy to help teach you some of those practices, it might create a balance that works for everybody and a healthier community for all, and also a healthier experience for your workers.
I came up with because people started talking about the ordinance section. Are you allowed when you do the ordinances unlimited time to speak?
No. You also get 3 minutes for that time, and it's for ordinances that are on second reading. There's a hearing on those ones. So on introduction, there's no additional public comment, but for ordinances up for second reading, there's also a 3-minute period to comment on that ordinance.
Next question I have is if I ask questions at the ordinance part, are you going to answer those questions then?
As opposed to
at the hearing of the ordinance on the second reading?
We will work to answer questions at the end of any questions asked at the end of the session.
Okay. Do you answer questions now on the ordinance out of order, or should I come back during the ordinances?
If you've got comments on the ordinance specifically, you should wait for the hearing on the ordinance.
Okay. And you're going to announce that, correct?
For any ordinance that's up for second reading.
Second reading, yes.
Right, that has a hearing on it, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, I didn't state my name. John Pingu. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else, I will close public comment, and thank you so much for your comments. And with that, I will do exactly that. Remind everyone who is speaking to the ordinances right now. First is Ordinance O-23-19, which is an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Any objection? Seeing none, we're going to open the hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak in regard to this ordinance, please approach. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. Any questions, concerns, comments?
this, Mr. Mayor, is this for Chestnut Street? Is this for the stop signs on Chestnut Street?
Yes.
Chestnut and Central Avenue.
I had some people say to me, how can we have stop signs at Chestnut and Central and then also at Chestnut and Midland? I'm not familiar with what they were talking about, but I'll turn to Councilor Schlager. Is that true, Robin, that there's two streets, in succession that have them? Which I don't think is a terrible thing, but
Right.
somebody did question.
Right. So adding this stop sign makes this corner a four-way stop sign, four-way stop intersection, which, given the fact that this part of Chestnut, as you go south, there's Montclair High School, there's the Renaissance at Rand School, there's the Montclair Co-op, there's Woodman Field, there's Claire Anderson. It's really, really needed. There have been several accidents on this corner. We've had a police report done and a traffic study done, and it's really warranted. I believe the next four-way stop on Central is the corner of Central and Brunswick, which is by the MKA campus. The one on Midland, it's there too, but that's at a crucial intersection as well. It's right on the corner of Montclair High School. So for me, and being that this is my ward, the more we could do to slow traffic down in and around, specifically Montclair High School, is the best course of action. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll certainly just use, you noted something, Councilwoman Schlager, that I think it's important to highlight too. Whenever we do any kind of traffic assessment or stop assessment, it does require by law a warrant study. This is a notable exception in terms of proximity to a school. So that is why you can move forward, but others all require a warrant study. It is determined by the state so that there can't be requests just to put up stop signs everywhere, which would happen. They have to meet the standard, or you cannot put it up. So this, though, again, within the distance of a school, able to do so.
That's exactly right, yes. And it's the corridor of all of these schools, and Woodman Field and Clary Anderson. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-21, which is an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic, the Code of the Township of Montclair, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded without objection. I'm going to open the hearing for public comment on this hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Hearing's closed. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next, we have Ordinance 0-23-22. Councilman Cummings, you talked about looking and waiting for an email. Do you have any non-substantive changes you'd like to make at this time, or do you want to review that before moving on this on second reading?
Yeah, non-substantive. I mean, I think I was talking to, excuse me. I want to make sure that what the intent is in the language, which is affordable housing.
What language, excuse me, what language are you looking to change in the ordinance?
Yeah, it's
The second whereas clause, Mr. Byrd, that the gentleman pointed to indicates that the property is to be acquired for public purposes, principally but not limited to the provision of affordable housing, consistent with the 2018 Township, if you don't mind.
right. So just basically for public housing.
So you want to take out the words principally, you want to take out but not limited to?
Correct.
No,
It should
no,
be
we don't want to
limited.
take
It
out but
should
not
be.
limited to. We take, the point is you say,
What do you want to change? How do you want
it
to?
is for the provision of affordable housing. It is
Right,
not
so you can eliminate.
only principally for that, it is exclusively for that.
Right, so it's for affordable housing. Right, you just take out, but not limited to.
But not limited to.
No, we
Principally-
don't, we do want it limited to affordable housing.
Right, take out not.
I think what we should take out is for public purposes,
But not, right? principally limited to the provision of affordable housing. So you want to take out
Principally, yes, but
so
not
you want
limited
to take
to
out
comes
but
out.
not, right? Correct?
But not limited to.
That's not substantial.
Should say principally for.
So would you,
I don't think
would you
we're
like,
not
and listen to me, would you like to table in the sense of, even in those words, we might want to talk to Ms. Talley too, when I hear some of those words, not
Yeah,
principally
we-
limited, there could be other fees and other things
Right, but we-
associated that might not count
Right, but
towards
we-
it under the,
yeah,
you know, so you
tabling
should be
this
careful
would-
of your,
Well, does it affect?
Tabling this then puts in jeopardy the actual purchase of the property.
I'm just saying.
And I think what we want to do is make this for affordable, so I think eliminating that language makes it for affordable housing. That
true,
was the
just
purpose.
know that there could be other fees that maybe the fund is being used as part of the acquisition and work that might not fall under what's called affordable, and
Yeah,
just a
we
note, so be
discussed
careful.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. So she's fine with that.
And I do think what we're talking about, Mayor, is, and I appreciate your cautioning here that we don't want to lose momentum, but it has to do with whether the property is acquired for the purpose of affordable housing, which it is. It's not actually speaking to the funds in that clause.
Gotcha. Mr. Burr, do you consider that modification a substantive change that would require reintroduction?
No, I don't, Mayor. It's in the whereas clause. I do not believe it substantially impacts the purpose of the ordinance.
Given that, without objection, we will consider it modified. Is there objection? It's so modified. Okay, it's been modified. And there's no, it's not substantive, so we don't need a reintroduction. So with that, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mayor,
the people waiting.
is the hearing happening?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Here.
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
We could do it as both. We could do it after. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for that. So that's what we're doing now with as modified. Second to that, I will now open the ordinance for a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to this, please come to the microphone. You will have 3 minutes to speak to this ordinance.
Yes, my name is Wendy McNeil, and I'm a member of the Montclair Housing Commission, and I had served as the chair of the Montclair Housing Commission. I am here representing the Montclair Housing Commission and to present to the council for consideration a resolution with respect to the acquisition of rental housing apartments located at 34 Union Street in Montclair. There's a lot of whereases here, so I'm going to skip those because I know that you have a copy of this resolution, and instead I'm going right to what we, as the Montclair Housing Commission, is advising you. Be it advised that the Housing Commission has determined that given the potential loss to the township of the Union Street apartments as affordable housing, the use of the housing trust funds in the amount of up to $999,000 for the acquisition of the Union Street apartments and up to $50,000 for the expenses in connection with such acquisition and the preservation of the Union Street apartments on a long-term basis up to the maximum term as permitted by law as affordable housing. So maybe you can use that wording as your substitute is consistent with the goals expressed in the adoption of the housing element and fair share plan, and will further support of the township in providing affordable housing to its residents on a long-term basis, and be it further advised that the township should seek to provide funding for the rehabilitation of the Union Street apartments and sources for the permanent finances of the acquisition of the rehabilitation thereof in a manner whether through continued ownership by the township or a sale of the Union Street apartments that will provide reimbursement for the Housing Trust Fund. Be it advised that the rehabilitation of the residencies be done in a manner that does not materially change the current size and use of the current, and that they will maintain themselves as affordable, and that the individuals in those there will be provided with comparable housing, and that the people there be allowed to continue to be there in good standing or entitled to remain tenants of the Union Street apartments, and after the rehabilitation thereof at the current rental rates. My time is almost up, and I don't want to go against the time clock here, but you do have this resolution, and I hope that you use it and incorporate it into the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. William Scott. I'm also a former co-chair of the Montclair Housing Commission, but I am currently the chair of the Montclair NJACCHO Housing Committee, and I've been in that position for over 15 years. The Montclair branch NJACCHO is in support of purchasing this property and maintaining it as affordable housing in the Township of Montclair. We have a affordable housing crisis in the Township of Montclair. We've had this crisis for many, many years. This is a step to at least continue to maintain a piece of property that is currently being used by residents that are medium, low income families, but we have to make sure that we don't displace any individuals when we acquire property and deem it as affordable to be moved forward. So I think that this is critical that we take this position. We know the average starting home in the Township of Montclair, I believe, is in the neighborhood of $700,000. $700,000. This project will yield, I believe, when it's updated, at least close to 12 to 13 affordable units. You just can't get around this. You cannot get around what it's going to take to really meet the obligation for affordable housing in the Township of Montclair. And I was really encouraged by the young man that came up and said he lives in the first ward, and why have we not started building supportive housing, veterans housing, senior citizen, assisted living facilities in the first and the second ward. There is no reason in the Township of Montclair we have on the books our master plan, these types of housing are not permitted. That will have to change because we are currently looking at the master plan redevelopment, master plan reexamination, and there is no way that we will be able to go another 10 years without making major zoning changes to support housing in the entire Township of Montclair. Thank you.
My name is John Pigno, resident in Montclair. I have a couple of questions. What is going to happen to the current residents that are living at 34 Union Street?
So I believe we had this question posed at the meeting, and it was answered that once the house is deemed to where anyone living there has to be relocated, local agencies, specifically Salvation Army and others, will be assisting those residents in finding some place to live while the place is being remodeled, and they will then they will come back at the same rent rolls, at the same leasing arrangements that they're currently under, because some of them have month to month, some have other rental arrangements. So it's no change to what they currently have, and we're not displacing them other than once the interior of the building is being updated.
Where are they going to go? Do you have places for them already?
We do not have any place right now. These are things that we'll be looking into, but the hope is to identify places in Montclair within the vicinity. We're not trying to put them out and we're not trying to put them far away.
Who is going to be managing the renovation of the property?
The idea is we're having conversations with the Essex County Land Trust, and that's led by Assemblywoman Brittany Timberlake, and they are the lead agency that will be responsible for this. The township is not going to have anything to do with this property once it is acquired and transferred over to them to operate and run.
So is the town is going to own the property?
We are owning it now, but we will not be responsible for it. It will be transferred over to the land trust to operate.
And what is the land trust? Is that a contracting company? Who is that?
It's a nonprofit agency that supports this type of housing.
Okay, and when you say
They are the
supports this type of housing, we just got done with said it was affordable housing, but in the article that I read, and I was at the meeting at the school, you made statements that this was going to be transitional.
I never
Residents and
said this was
neighbors.
transitional.
Okay, well, residents and neighbors questioned the process that will be used to qualify tenants who want to move into the expanded building. Quote, this is quote you, mental health association partners, other organizations that support the community would be vetting the individuals. Okay, adding that there's 39 unhoused individuals registered with the township that want housing. Who are those 39 unhoused individuals?
I'm not going to reveal private information.
I'm not
about
asking you for
individuals.
names. I'm asking you,
But
who are they?
What I'm saying to you is,
Can you answer the question?
I'm trying.
I'm
to
not
answer
asking you
it.
for names.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay.
So what I will say to you is, for over a year, over 30 organizations in township have looked into this matter, and these are the organizations that work with our unhoused population. From those organizations, they have accumulated that there are 39 unhoused people. All 39 are not looking for housing. That's not what, some of them do not want to
Okay,
live
but
in
we have
housing.
residents that are in this building that are in a rooming house. There are multiple rooming houses in the neighborhood. These are longtime residents. My position is twofold. One, these people should not be taken out of their residence to be replaced by somebody else. You're saying you're going to take care of that, but you have no details. And I've heard a lot of things today. I haven't gone to council meetings here. I heard a lot of things today about, mismanagement. I can't even get my street cleaned in front of my house, despite emails to everybody. And so I don't know how the town of Montclair, or whatever organization you're to get to do construction on this property, it needs a lot of work, is going to manage that. And then how long can these people wait that live here for a long time? They're my neighbors. Okay? They're my neighbors in a rooming house. They're not here today. This what time is it?
No,
My wife
some of
called
them-
me.
some of them are
9:30.
here.
Okay. Maybe they'll get up and speak. They did eloquently at the school. They wanted to know how can I have this person that's going to come in to my space, my rooming house,
No.
and how am I going to, how
No,
are these people
first-
going to get screened?
First of all, I think what you're saying is inaccurate. The individuals who live in the house right now are the same individuals who will be living in
I know,
the
but
home.
how long can they
The
wait
idea-
outside of
Wanna-
Montclair
are you gonna allow
without
me-
services from Montclair, like going up the street and getting food?
Are you-
How- Are you going to provide
Sir, I think
transportation?
your 3 minutes, we heard your comments, and I'll allow the councilman to answer
Yeah.
at the end here, but thank you for your comments.
I also want to know on appraisal, is there an appraisal? There's no
Yes.
appraisal, I have seen no appraisal, I asked for an appraisal, there's no appraisal. And you shouldn't be buying this house for $1 million, it's not worth $1 million, and you had someone up here that was a realtor that came and said it's not worth $1 million. So if you're going to spend my money, please spend it wisely, because get an appraisal, table this, get an appraisal, find out what this property is really worth from an appraiser that's independent, because it's based on rents. It's been on the market for a long time. It's in very poor condition. If you want to buy a house, okay, for $1 million, you can buy my house,
We've gotten your comments, and
which
those
is
are-
completely renovated inside.
Thank you. Those are over the 3 minutes, and if there's
And-
anything else
and-
they'd like to answer with,
Well,
we'll
I
let
don't
them
think
answer.
in ordinances, I'm not counsel, I think ordinances, there's no time limit.
There's a 3-minute time limit.
In
There's a
Montclair,
3-minute
there's a 3-minute time limit?
You have other people waiting in line.
I have
if you
other
wanna-
questions.
and the-
It's supposed to be a
and
back
the
and
council
forth
is-
question. I think it's not 3
It's a
minutes.
public hearing. Thank you.
It's a public hearing with
I've-
3
I thought I wrote down what's your last name?
Pinho,
Pin-
P-I-N-H-O.
Okay, so I think what you can do is easily send all your questions here, but I want to make
Yeah,
clear
but if you
that.
pass the
but-
ordinance today,
But I want to
what
make.
good does that do?
I want to make it very clear to you.
Okay.
That the individuals who are living there are the individuals who will remain to live there once everything is updated. The extended unit that we're looking at being put in this location, that's where we're looking to house other individuals who are looking to move in there. So it's not like they're going to be living in the same building. And we had that discussion. And so I just
No,
want to
you
make
had the
sure-
discussion that the social
That's-
services
that's
would
what
be
we-
separate from the
That's
building.
what we
I di-
discussed, yes. So like I said, I met with you, we talked then, and I continued, and I continue to be
appreciate that,
available,
Mr.
and I
Cummings.
continue to be available to you. And I don't want you to think that anyone up here is trying to pull a wool over anyone's head or anything like that. This is an opportunity that we consider to continue to increase affordable housing for and low income for folks in the township. And I think it's a admirable decision by this council to look at based on the merits of what we're trying to do.
You're going to overpay for a property on merits?
I'm-
That you can
when
pick up this property for
Okay.
less? And you can, yeah.
So the
Well, you
last
want- you
point I
don't
think
want
we
me to-
wanna
you- You
make-
want to make statements, but you don't want me to respond to your statements.
No, I was
No?
trying to answer your question.
You answered
So
the,
I appreciate your point of view, and I have my point of view, but I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on what this is supposed to do for living in Montclair. The cost has been determined. We have discussed this with the realtor, and there are other parties interested in the property. So that, to me, is a conversation that really is moot.
I
So
disagree with you that
you have the right to disagree with me.
3 other properties, the rooming houses are for sale. None of them have moved. Okay, so now somehow everybody wants this building for $1 million? No.
And I'd like to make one additional point, which is basically underscoring what Councilor Cummings has been saying, but just to make it clear, if we don't purchase this building and someone else does, then we have not protected the people who are currently living there, nor are we taking further advantage of the opportunity to expand for some of the people who would be working with the social service agencies, and we could provide, again, housing opportunities, supported environment for people who are unhoused presently. So this is really a significant and appropriate use of our Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars, very consistent with its mission and purpose, and I'm proud that we can be moving it.
Hello, my name is Alicia Scott. I'm a resident of 34 Union Street. Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to go on record as supporting the resolution by the Housing Commission. I'd also like to speak to some of the plans for the building. Like I've said at the previous meetings, we're not transient people. Some of us have been in that building for 20 to 30 years. If we're moved, we deserve comparable housing, not the Salvation Army. That's not comparable housing. Shelters are not comparable housing. How dare you? How dare you? You don't live there. You don't live there. But yet you're telling us that we should be okay being moved by the Salvation Army? That's not acceptable. By law, you are required to provide comparable housing. We deserve that. And we deserve a plan. This is our lives, not yours. This is our lives. We deserve a plan. We deserve it in writing. And again, I go on record as supporting the resolution by the Housing Commission. This is not okay. Your plan is ill thought out. You don't even have a plan. You don't even have a plan. You're just talking off the top of your head about what you think should be done. It's ill thought out, it's unacceptable, and it's inconsiderate of the people who presently live there.
So, ma'am, Ms. Scott, my response about the Salvation Army was in regards to this is what they do in terms of they find housing. And so, well, this is the organization that this is what they do. And so, right. And
The Salvation Army provides shelters, not comparable housing. There are people in that building who have apartments. We deserve apartments, not shelters.
unreceived.
Hi, my name is Pat Lytle. I've been a resident of Montclair for more than 30 years. I was at the neighborhood meeting. I think your intentions are good, but with all due respect, good intentions do not mean that this purchase would be a sound financial decision. It would be a rushed decision with incomplete information. You don't have a construction plan. You don't have a budget for the construction. You don't have funding commitments to pay for the construction. You don't have a backup plan in case you don't get the funding commitments that you hope you'll get. You don't have the nonprofit partner lined up to manage the construction. You don't know what type of developer fee they will require. You haven't discussed any immediate repairs that would be needed in the building. How would you pay for that? You haven't discussed the operating budget to operate the property and manage it during this time where you'd be trying to figure out these loose ends. And last, but certainly not least, you do not have an acceptable tenant relocation plan. Thank you.
John Lytle, 40 Union Street. Just to add one comment that I didn't fit in early. Well, no, I'll begin by saying I agree with everything my wife just said. Now, after Wendy spoke, the term permanent housing was used a lot. I'd just like to say, as a resident in the neighborhood, I think it's very important to either use the term long-term affordable housing or permanent affordable housing to eliminate the misconception that a lot of people had before Councilor Cummings' public meeting that it was going to be used for temporary overnight shelter or for emergency shelter. Let's keep the communication clear by using the term permanent affordable housing or long-term affordable housing. Just my opinion. The other thing is, when you look at some of the financial points my wife made, I'll just add one. This acquisition takes a property off the tax bills. I live immediately adjacent. A very conservative estimate is that's $15,000 a year. It's probably closer to $20,000. To make an analogy to pilot agreements that are made in town for 25 years out, it only takes a few moments in a spreadsheet to see that the current value of the tax revenue you're giving away is more than $100,000. I'm not saying it's not a right decision. I'm just bringing up another financial aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Silva, 35 Union Street. At the last meeting when we were at the school, we put down our email address, we put down everything, so that we would be advised whenever there was meetings about this. I received no email. My wife received no email. Nobody that I know received an email. So I don't know where the information got lost. We have to be running around notifying our neighbors. Like last night, my neighbor came to my door and said, "Paul, do you know that there's a meeting tomorrow?" I said, "No, nobody told me." I went to my other neighbor and I let them know. I called John, I let him know. Why do we have to chase each other to tell each other about this? This is affecting our neighborhood. We put our emails on a list. Nobody notifies us about what's going on. Who's our councilman? Who's our councilman that's representing us, that's telling us about what's going on over here? I've heard nothing from this person. Do I even know who our councilman is?
I'm your councilwoman. And
Okay, I'm sorry, councilwoman.
I was unable to be at that particular meeting. I was made aware of it late, and I was unavailable, and I don't think
But
I
the
got
emails were on the list, and we got nothing.
I don't believe I got the list, so with apologies that I did not do that.
I believe we gave to
So
Mr. Cummings.
Janice took the list.
Okay, Janice took the list.
And
Unfortunately,
what
Janice is not here.
And what we said
So-
at the meeting was the next council meeting, we would have discussion about this. What I said was, as we move forward, I would maintain and make sure that you all were aware of what steps were being done.
Having the discussion means we would have to be here today
but that means,
to be able to discuss this.
But what I'm saying is, at the meeting, I said, as we move forward, after we purchase the property, we would make sure that you all were aware of everything that was going on, let me finish, regarding anything that was happening. You all deserve that, and you all didn't need to know that. And I think that's where we left that meeting.
So where we left the meeting was if you purchased the property, not when. And you and I specifically had this exchange.
Right.
If you purchased the property. So by you not telling us that this meeting was happening tonight,
Well,
we don't get to choose to help you decide if you're going to purchase the
But
property.
what-
If our being here makes any
but wait,
decision
if you
at
want,
all.
no, I'm not going to be semantical with you. But what we said was, it's up for us to. We had a first reading,
Which we were not aware
and
of.
At the first, and so before this meeting, we met and said the council is looking to approve the purchase of this property at our next council meeting, and that's where we are right now.
But again,
That's so.
we gave
To
you
your
the
point,
email
so now,
address and we had no information.
to your
about
point
this.
about the email address, I'm not going to run away from you all not getting emails from Ms. Talley. I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is that we did make it clear that this was going to be on this budget, this meeting today, to look at the purchase of the property. That was clear in the meeting that we had.
Hey, again, we put it out there and we agreed that you were going to inform us, which you're not doing, which is the same thing that's happening with the people that live there when they're asking you where they're going to move to and there's no information. So the same way you're not giving us information to come to the meetings, what information are they going to have to where they're going to live? What if we were told that we're going to get mental health facilities across the street. We're told that it's going to be a homeless shelter across the street. We're told
Right.
that there's going to be a variety of different things. We were told that somebody, maybe possibly, whoever gets chosen, is going to be vetting the people that are going to be living there.
So I don't
Now,
know who
my
told
other
you.
question is, if the
those-
town already bought one of the properties from Home Corp because Home Corp was in financial distress, wouldn't it make more sense for you guys to buy properties that are already in Home Corp, that already have a reduced, if not eliminated, tax bill, and not take the tax ratables off of the town's list and not reduce the income that the town is getting from taxes from here? Wouldn't it make more sense for the organizations like Home Corp or other organizations that are struggling financially? Wouldn't it make more sense for the town to acquire their properties that are already existing, low income, and already having financial issues, and therefore be able to continue those and continue the residents there for the low income housing?
Mayor, can I
Well,
speak for a moment?
That is, okay.
If I can, I think at this point, I just have to say this doesn't feel buttoned up, and I'm not comfortable with it. I'd like to make a motion that we table this to the next meeting. Sorry.
Next meeting.
I would actually make a motion that we table it to the September meeting. I need to see a budget. I need to see a plan. This was supposed to be about helping unhoused people, and it's not that plan anymore. And I don't know
No,
where the
this-
money's coming from.
that-
I don't know where the money's coming from to
Before we
rehabilitate.
before we debate it, is there a second to table? It's not debatable. Is there a second to table?
I have a question. Or do we, okay, sorry. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Go away.
I'm going to second Peter's motion.
Okay, thank you. So now it's debate. The debate is on the motion to table till September.
I have questions about this. I support the concept, and I support Councilman Cummings' efforts, and we've got to do something to help homeless people, okay? We've got to do something to help people who need housing, okay? But there's a lot of questions now about the finances of it and about the way we're going to get the resources and the fact that we deplete the housing trust fund and all these little issues, that have to be worked out. So I don't want to postpone this too far, but I want us to table it as you've made a motion just to get these things worked out. So I do want to wait a little to do this the right way. But
So
I want
what
to
I-
see us do this eventually, but let's do it right.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
So Bob, what I will say is that the process, the organizations that we've worked with from the county and state leaders such as Monarch Housing, which put the strategic plan that I shared with all of you of how this was going to operate, requires that there is considerable grant funding in the state and federal for this type of housing. And what we were looking to do is take that opportunity to create affordable housing for our homeless population. And in process, this particular property we are not going to eliminate or put out individuals who are living in there as a rooming house because the size of the property allows. I said,
Hold on. Oh, no yelling out, please. No yelling out. No yelling out. Thank you.
we are not going to, what we were doing is the property size has enough room in the back to be able to build an extension for the unhoused population to be able to move into. And this is, you can ask Ms. Talley about this as well. That is the plan. And then as the process of purchasing it, we are looking to renovate the interior of the current facility, which needs a lot of help. And that would then give these individuals a improved living condition, the same living condition that they have now, but improved without interference of then supporting the folks who are coming behind this. So I understand where you are now, but my point is, this is not a rushed plan, but it is a plan that's going to take a long time. No one there, they're not going to be asked to be displaced in the next 6 months because they're living there right now, and it's going to take time funding cycles do not really open up again until next March. So these are the conversations that we're having about the funding part. So this isn't something that's going to be done in the next 2 weeks, the next 6 months, the next 8 months. This is a 2-year plan. It's going to take time, and it's not going to be easy, but I think with the opportunity that we have, it can be done, and it's whether or not we want to have the wherewithal within here to move forward on this. And I've kept you guys abreast of this since the beginning of started this in February of 2022. Meetings have been had, the strategic plan is right in front of you, or you've had it to read and review and ask questions of me. And I think to think that right now it's not roughshod, but that we're trying to just move something without real considerable thought is not right. It's false. We've had communications, like when it started out, I don't know where the word transient ever came about because that was not presented or ever thought of for anyone who is currently there. We're just trying to find a place for our unhoused population to live, and this location allows that based on its size. This property even abuts a municipal parking lot on Gates Avenue. The back of it is tremendously, it's huge, without impacting those individuals who, there are individuals who have parking leases with the location that brought to our attention that will be supported as well. So I think at the end of the day, it's not going to be easy, but it's worth it. And I think in terms of the affordable housing part or the low income, which is something we never talk about, low income housing, those individuals that will be supported along with this as well. Because this, and I hear what the residents are currently saying and what their concerns were. That's why we met with them to assure them that they are being considered and they will be as best possible. I did not say anything other than that, given the same living conditions that they have now with organizations that do that work. That's what we're about.
Okay, I understand all that, except when Miss Alicia Scott got up, I thought I was hearing Rosa Parks, because Alicia Scott talked about not being treated like she's a second-class citizen, or she didn't have rights. She says she wants to have comparable housing. When we went through the Montclair connection 30 years ago when I started here, we had to get comparable housing for the 22 families that we removed.
And that's
now,
what
Alicia Scott made an impact on me when she spoke. And I'm talking about what she said has to be addressed.
Bob.
So if you don't address Alicia Scott,
and I addressed Ms. Scott, and that legally.
You got another question here?
Okay, but hold on, but I want to address, I got to answer the questions as they presented, and he has one.
Well, we've got other council members who also have questions.
But I want to make sure he understands. We have to find comparable housing for them, that we are legally bound to do that,
right,
Bob.
But can we do that? Can we do that? We have the resources to do that?
Bob, we have to do that. So I'm saying to you, that's.
Scott, you hear his answer? We have to do it.
We said that to Ms. Scott at the meeting. Now, I understand, of course she's going to have questions and concerns about it, but that, as Janice said there, we are legally obligated to provide them similar housing to what they have right now.
Comparable.
Comparable housing, equal, the same housing that they have right now. We
Mr.
have
Deputy
to
Mayor,
do
you
that.
had a question?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the motion which is on the floor right now, to table, is there a reason, Mr. Cummings, that we can't wait another cycle here? Are we losing an opportunity?
Yes,
Is there a
the-
cost? Why do we have to do this tonight, I guess is my question.
What we've had over
'Cause I have
the
a lot of
past-
questions.
No, I'm saying, what we've had over the past 2 weeks, I would say, Mr. Burr, I think you can concur, is there is another buyer who's interested in the property who has made an offer, and the owners of the property who want to be able to maintain what it currently does for the residents who live there, that's why they're interested in that's why they've held off for us to purchase the property. Because that way they know we are committed to still servicing the individuals who live there now and maintaining the same lease and arrangements that they currently have. The private developer is not bound to any of that. So that's why we would like to move on this quickly, because it's there. If we don't do it, we lose the property.
And we've talked about this for a while, and I appreciate your efforts here. I don't remember it going back to April of 2022, but that's another issue. But if there is a way, and I don't want to put my lawyer hat on now because we have two great lawyers over here, just to get another 30 days on something like this, I think that's not unreasonable. There are a lot, I got to be honest with you, there's a lot of questions that are coming up here for me tonight.
I understand that. And these are the same questions that I faced when we had the community meeting.
And I wasn't
so-
invited to that, so I wasn't there.
It was the same questions. So what I will tell you is that I'm sure the owner of the property is watching the meeting, and I'm not going to sit here and hold her back from saying, listen, because that's her right. She could sell it. And if she does sell it, then we have run the opportunity or run the possibility of losing out on what's being affordable there now and what could be affordable in the future. Because
So these individuals would be displaced anyway if this building is sold? Is that what you're telling me?
I can't tell you what a private developer will do with the property.
But what you just said, though, that I don't want to get into
No, I'm
a debate
saying,
with
right, I
you.
hear
You
you,
said
but
a
I'm-
private developer
Right,
is
because
not going to do what we're
if
looking
someone
to
else,
do. So we have
right,
already
that's
opened
what
that
the
can of worms.
that's what the owner of the property has indicated to us.
Can I chime in for
Yes.
1 second?
Please, Mr. Burr.
We're approaching what we would call executive session.
Okay.
Especially if you're going to ask for attorney-client privileged information, right? So if you're looking for an opinion from the attorney, we're going to have to go into executive session.
Mr. Burke, can you use the mic closer to you?
Sorry,
by the
you're
way?
going to have to go
But,
into executive session to get an opinion from counsel. And also, because this is a negotiation that is open contract with a pending seller, that also may require going into executive session to further discuss the matter, because we're in negotiations on this contract, so.
And just so that we're on the same page as fellow attorneys, that's not necessarily what I was asking. I'm looking from a timing perspective, if there is any more time left in this for us to get this information going forward. That's really.
Right, and
the
that
crux
would
of it.
be, coming from myself as the attorney for the matter, we'd have to go into executive session.
Okay.
for
And
me to answer
you
that
all are
question.
handling the negotiations, I assume that?
We will be handling, once the ordinance is passed, we will be handling the contract to sale and the negotiations. If the ordinance is passed, as the member just said, yeah.
Can Ms. Malloy enlighten us at all? Can you answer
Could I
anything?
ask could I have a vote on my motion?
So hearing, well, it's debatable, but hearing all the comments on this, I think a couple things to note. First and foremost, I think what, Councilman Cummings has been noting is exactly, I think, the direction the council wants to move is to preserve affordable housing in this town. That's the goal, and I think many people, everyone, right, agrees, and I think all of you speaking also agree with that. Certainly, we've heard some concerns. We know it from, our housing advocates and others that presented information, and I think we are trying to balance any risk of losing a property and an opportunity with also making sure all I's and T's are crossed to make sure all information is answered and make sure we've got a solid plan in place. I think where I'll say I have to come down on this is if many of the residents who currently live there and many of the housing advocates say, let's wait, put a little more time into it, knowing the risk of potentially losing it, but the individual may not, right? I think we should come down on that side of it, because we're hearing from them specifically as to what the ask is, right? So I would be supportive of tabling and saying, hey, if the property is in existence and it's an opportunity to move forward at that time and we've answered some of these other questions, we've got an option there. If not, we've got other properties we would look at. We would continue to search and try to look at that goal. But that is not to say this is as cut and dry. It's exactly what I think the back and forth just answered. Are there risks with not taking action immediately? It sounds like there are, right? And but I do think we have to weigh that with the concerns we're also being presented. One of those dynamics of serving in these positions, it's usually not this side is right and that side's wrong. It's usually a lot of tough choices to be made. But in that dynamic, I think it leans to we've got to wait, put more time in, and if that means tabling until that meeting, I think that's the way to go. in my opinion.
Well said, Mr. Mayor.
I'll say that we can often agree to disagree. I think that by tabling this and losing this opportunity and considering other units or other housing, there was a reason why when this came up, the structure, the location, and the size fit all of the boxes that need to be checked for potentially doing what we wanted to do, which was try to find housing for our homeless and also maintain affordable housing throughout the community. And so we lose that opportunity, we lose it. It's a lot of work and effort that was put forward, and all we can do is do what we can do. So if that's why, it's a decision for the governing body to make. I will be extremely disappointed, but, to the same point, we're here to make decisions, and those decisions that each of us has to make is that decision that we can make, and so we have to live with that.
A comment and then a question.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is basically similar to what the deputy mayor had asked Mr. Burke. Have we spent any money at all at this moment on this purchase? Is there a deposit? Was there any, did we spend any money?
I do not know the answer to that question directly. I think that would have to be addressed to the planner or Mr. Scantlebury. I do not believe a deposit has been made on the contract.
No, Robin, we haven't spent
okay.
any money.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Okay, so as I don't know all of you, and I'm sorry for that being the fact, but I am the third ward council member. I used to actually live at 47 Union Street, so I really do know the street, and I spent some time on the street just on Sunday morning with Andrew, looking at various issues about, many other local issues. But then we wandered over to see the property and spoke with, I'm sorry, I forgot your first name. Sharon, right? You forgot to give me your actual email. You gave me your address. But anyway, and we spoke with another gentleman who was standing in the back a few minutes ago. And so while I didn't survey all of you, what I want to say is, as it's been explained and as what we have in front of us, this isn't a plan. So anyone who noted that there isn't a plan is correct. This is not a plan. This is an ordinance. This is an ordinance so that we may make a plan. But the goals that I think Councilor Cummings, and I commend him for having convened this body to talk about how we bring greater social services to the people in this town who will be going from unhoused to housed, but also in this instance, the opportunity was created to take housing stock that is in less than optimal condition and to bring it into greater optimal condition for people who reside there, as it's been described and as it will be fulfilled, at no greater increases in their circumstances and their rent, in their terms of living there. Some are SROs, some are apartments, and then there will be, with supportive housing, like counseling, people who are presently unhoused, that we're really doing something that I would be so proud for us as a body to fulfill on. And I acknowledge that I have not been the hands-on person, but it's deeply important to me. So I feel like it would be a great opportunity squandered not to take the work that the Monarch Housing, for having said it before, maybe we haven't said it enough tonight. So Councilor Cummings, I think others, maybe Councilor Jacobel's, others may have attended some of those meetings in the beginning. I attended one or two early on. And then there were the funders who were enlisted, but the various housing experts who were all part of a process considering these very important considerations, how do we take care of this set of thorny issues for people in town, and how do we maintain, improve, and expand housing that is affordable for people in this town. The ADU ordinance was one small gesture in that regard. It was very much a small but hopefully useful tool. This is a very other tangible thing. Sometimes we can't make huge sweeping changes, but this will be something that makes a big difference for real people. Now, those of you who are living there presently, I hear that there's concern because you don't see that there's a plan. You don't know how you'll be put out and in what conditions and what terms, and anything that you've been hearing so far doesn't settle that. So I can't say that I know deeply. All I know is that there isn't a plan for it yet. What I'm hearing is on the table is, do we purchase this so that we can potentially fulfill all these opportunities, at which time we will then be able to go after grant funding that the state and other nonprofits and organizations actually have available. And only when we have the funding in place will we seek places for individuals to move out. Correct me if I'm wrong. We wouldn't be moving anybody until we have the funding to do that work. So not until such time as there is a reason to move anybody or dislocate you temporarily. So it's a little bit go on the journey here of what opportunity there is. And I would be disappointed for the town and for the opportunity for many individuals if we don't take the opportunity. And I hope maybe you'll rethink it, those who are still
So I just want to tell the council, I asked Janice for some of the questions that were asked. We did get an appraisal, and the sales price is less than the appraised value. Janice can provide you all with that information to answer that question. If it is tabled, this is Janice's word, we most likely cannot and will not be able to purchase. However, the question of the budget and everything, all of those things will be determined once we are in partnership with an agency that is going to oversee the project. I'm not trying to put any of us in jeopardy, council. That's not what we're trying to do. That can only happen after we purchase the property. So the steps that have to be taken, because we don't purchase the property, it's nothing to do. I will say, Lori, your words were commendable and very much on point, that all the agencies involved in this cover this, and they are the experts. They do this work, they have done this work. And for what they put together, I believe is something that we would be very proud of. And we would be able to support residents who are there now and those folks that are unhoused. And for me, it is that population is what drove me to do this. I've told this story before. I had a high school buddy, Curtis Dandridge, who died homeless at George Washington Park Field, found there homeless, dead. And so when I became a counselor, that stuck with me. And one of the things that I said I wanted to do is do something for our homeless population. I said I had 3 things that I wanted to do before this council ended. And one of them was the homeless population, supporting them. Now, the individuals who live there have every right to feel the way they do because, again, this is an unknown for them. However, because we are obligated legally to find them the housing that is commendable, what they have right now, they are not going to be taken advantage of. We are looking to support them as well as increase and support affordable housing throughout the township, and this location fit. I think I'm running around saying the same thing over and over again. I think for us, it's just a matter of whether or not we want to do this, and the opportunity is there for us right now. I'm sorry, Deirdre.
There's a motion to table that is not part of the debate. So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So, Madam Clerk, I'll call the question on the motion to table.
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
No.
Counselor,
Is there additional comment I can make?
If it's not tabled and we
I
go
want
back to
to
the
be
motion.
clear that tabling it for 2 months is definitely too long. And I don't know if tabling it for 1 month accomplishes anything. I
That's
think it
too
could.
long.
We've
I
got.
think 1 month's too much.
Okay, but we.
I'm saying no
I
to
got you.
tabling it.
thank you. Counselor Russo?
How long are we tabling it for?
Till the September meeting is the
September.
We're
motion.
not, we can't table this. So,
Can't table it?
I mean, you can vote to
I'm
table.
voting
You can
to
vote to
table, but
table.
I don't want to table it and kill it, but I'm voting yes, table.
Counselor Schlager?
Can we table it for 1 month? I don't understand why we can't do this till August.
That was the motion, was till September.
Which- till September?
If you want to
Yeah,
defeat this, you say no.
motion was September.
Well, I'll have to vote to table, yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. So I will close the hearing on this one because there is no more ordinance to
That's
consider
fine.
at this point.
Thank you.
Now, listen. And these people are living in squalor again.
Okay, so next is Ordinance O-23-16. This is another one that continues work. So without objection, I'll move to table this until the next meeting. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's tabled. That's the yep, August. We're just going to keep doing that until we have the needed information. So just so you know for your purposes, but it's tabled until that way. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. Next is moving forward with our new ordinances, introduction ordinances. Next is Ordinance O-23-24, which is an ordinance adopting an amendment to the Montclair Center Gateway Phase 1 redevelopment plan. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Yes? Was it-
Yes,
Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Mayor, I would like to move to table this ordinance, actually, to next month. This is also in the third ward, and I, received it in my packet, so I've had just a couple days to begin to understand it. And there were a few, small errors, such as the wrong block number was listed, so people were thinking this was in Upper Montclair, which is only part of the point. But there was a little bit of confusion. There was a question as to whether,
Thank you.
we don't have an ordinance that guides short-term rentals, and so we are doing them in a piecemeal fashion. I think some of the people may have commented earlier on that, but I think, a good thing about this is that it would be taxed in such a way as we would get hotel tax per this agreement, but I just think this could benefit from further review. I think there's things I don't fully understand about it, having received it a couple days ago. It's in the third ward, and I would ask that we table this till next month. And I did speak with Ms. Talley today, who did not think it was fatal to anything if we tabled it for a month. So that was my request. Is there a second?
Is there a second to table it till next month?
I'll second it, Laura.
It's moved and seconded. I believe you've spoken to your motion, but would you like to speak again? No, yeah.
I think I have covered it. Thank you
No, it's
for
good.
the
Okay.
opportunity.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion, which is, this is the motion to table until the next meeting? This is on an introduction of an ordinance. There's no comments on it. Yep. Madam Clerk, please, on the motion to table till next meeting for this one.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo? Absent. Counselor Schlager?
No.
Counselor Yacobelis?
No.
Mayor Spiller?
No. All right, we'll move back to the ordinance. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Yes, so, number one question is, we go down this rabbit hole of allowing developers to come back and say, hey, I want to break short-term rentals into my apartments, in our building. What's going to stop it? I mean, Mr. Plasek is looking to build 300 units, and right now 20% affordable, and the others are supposed to be market rate with, well, at least I think it's 15% he wanted for short-term rental. So what's to prevent him from saying, you did this here, how can we say he can't do what he wants to do there? And, the other part that I really think we need to get a handle on is short-term rentals throughout the township, because this is essentially Airbnb to me. And therefore, those who are using their homes or whatever for Airbnb, they're not subject to these taxes at all. So I think that's why I was hoping we would be able to table this to really think about what this amendment means over long term. Because the last thing I think anybody wants is for any developer to be able to switch this at the last minute, and all of a sudden we've got short-term rentals as the dominant. So I mean, we've got, and particularly when I think of Pine Street, you know, that currently has short-term rentals in there, being able to convert even more to short-term rentals. And they have affordable housing in that location. And so they also have market rate. I mean, this just opens up a Pandora's box unless we can really get to the bottom of what we think this can go.
I think maybe the language you're looking for is embedded in there where it says literally no short-term units shall be designated as affordable unit.
Right, no, I'm not saying,
Okay.
I know he's going to maintain the 4 affordable units, but he's changing basically, what is it, 30 units, 34 units? There's a total of 40 there in this building. So he's going to maintain his 10% affordable, which is, I get that, but now I'm saying as we look down the road, and Mr. Place could be the perfect example, what's preventing him from increasing his from 15% to 30% or 40%? That he's a good guy, maybe, but realistically, this is a very lucrative market, and clearly there's reasons why people want to do it. But I think again, it goes back to this is something we need to look at town-wide as well.
So,
Councilman Yacobelis?
thank you, Mayor. So I agree with a lot of that. I do think we need a town-wide ordinance with regard to short-term rentals to have governance and structure around it. But I would just say I really don't have a very strong opinion on this one way or another. But the market does seem to be dictating that there is a need for this kind of housing in Montclair. Just, we've become such a transient society post-COVID with people working virtually. So many employers are offering their employees the opportunity to move to new locations, to test out different work-from-home schemes. I see the use case here for parents going through a divorce, and one parent wants to stay close. The parent who's moving out of the home wants to stay close to the family. Professionals who are coming into town and doing short-term work assignments, potentially working for the university, working on a movie that's being filmed in town. So there are a lot of strong use cases for short-term rentals, and we don't have any in Montclair. And so I do think doing
We do
some.
have.
I'm sorry. I mean, but
we do have
governed.
them. I think it's, listen, I think it's, and this is totally out of what rabbit hole are we going down here? Because we have it, and again, as you just said, it is becoming popular. But at the end of the day, we're taking away market rate.
Is there a downside to that with everybody complaining that we're building too many market rate?
I don't think it's I think the downside is that we're allowing a developer to change a law, and therefore what's going to prevent others from doing the same thing?
It's up to
which
us, though.
eliminates
It's up to us.
which eliminates, excuse me, Mr. Scott, which again puts us going down a rabbit hole that we will not be able to stop. Because we're saying, if we're doing it here, what's going to prevent us from doing? What's going to give us the legal and moral
our vote
background to say
I mean,
no?
So look, again, I really do not feel very strongly about this one way or another. I'm just sort of playing a little bit of devil's advocate here. I would just say that what stops us is that it's our redevelopment plan. We are voting on whether to approve this or not in this case, and in any other case, we would have to vote on it again. So it's up to us. We're not opening the floodgates.
Listen, we're opening an opportunity for others to do the same thing, and I think it's a dangerous path to walk down. So, you know where I stand. I think others got the opportunity to vote too.
I also just don't want to miss the additional, because it is attractive, right? We're talking, part of this is attractive to me just in terms of the being able to charge the hotel occupancy tax, which I would agree with you. If we can get that on all short-term rentals, that could be another source of revenue generation for the town. that could be used for schools, for example, right? We can talk about that. Bringing in more money seems like a good idea. So I guess what I'm looking at is if the market's asking for it, if the property owner is asking for it, and if it brings in more revenue for the town, I don't necessarily understand what the downside is if we also have all these other buildings and market units coming onto the market. Like, it feels like market rate rentals in town, like we've got enough of them, and we could be a little strategic in terms of diversifying housing offerings.
So
That's all.
Well, what do we do about the Airbnbs that are operating in town?
A separate discussion, I agree with you, creating an
But
ordinance or governing.
This is essentially
governing
the
them.
same thing. So I think we should really come up with something that covers everything as
Sure.
opposed to just.
Yeah, I would agree with
allowing
you on
one to go
that.
through.
I would just say this is all within one structure, one owner, and we are establishing the governance around it, including the taxation.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
No.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-25, which is an ordinance to amend Montclair Code Chapter 327, Article 3, parking, stopping and standing. I so move. It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thanks, Mayor. So I understand what we are doing on Seymour Street is limited parking. It will not be permitted on one side of the street, and I didn't get the full backstory, but my inference is that there's a lot of hardship for people living on that remaining part of Seymour Street. I mean, you can fill in. But, so we're trying to we're regulating the parking so that, I don't know, can maybe someone explain? So the residents have better access, or what is the point? Why are we taking it from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. all days of the week and making it that you may not park on the east side of the street? Maybe someone can explain to me what that was. And I just want to say, if it is a good idea and we vote for it, I do want to make sure that we can enforce it, because I spent, as I said, Sunday morning talking about Union Street and ways that there's signs that aren't enforced, and it's frustrating. So it's almost a worse thing to create an expectation for people and then not enforce it. We should just only pass what we can think we can meaningfully enforce. So what, can you kindly explain to me what was the goal of limiting this parking?
Excuse me, and while you're explaining, what defines school days? Is that?
I'll turn it over to the manager.
I'm speaking specifically about Seymour Street, I'm sorry.
So let's answer one at the time. Councilman, if you could, I'll go back to you one second.
Holidays. Okay,
So let's go
sorry.
to
Okay.
the third one. I understand. So you're the third one, so I'll go to the manager. So Mr. Scantlebury, please explain the rationale behind the
The
action.
recommendation for both of those came from the Montclair Police Department, from the Traffic Bureau.
Oh, wait.
You can't hear me? Really? The recommendation came from the Traffic Bureau, and it was to address the clogging on Seymour Street as it stands right now, and to give the residents some relief. Okay, that came from Lieutenant Ignizo. She recommended that. Did that answer your question, Councilor?
I mean, it's relief from other people, but the residents themselves can't park there either. So it's relief from people who are, accessing Seymour Plaza, I gather, and they've been congesting that area.
They've been
and so it's-
congesting the area, and there's been an issue with enforcement, even when the police were there. So this was the recommendation to try to lighten the load, so to speak.
So, and I don't know if residents were consulted. I only just saw this in my packet. So I don't know if residents is this in the interest of the residents? I know it's meant to help them. I'm not sure if it's good for them or not.
So might I
Well,
ask,
I'm not sure.
I hear Councilwoman Schlager's question as well on this. Without objection, maybe we table this one, because I don't think any committee or anyone has seen this stuff. I appreciate.
The Public Safety Committee saw it.
Public Safety did? You guys
Yeah,
saw it?
Public Safety
Okay.
saw it.
Public Safety? Thank you. Okay, great.
Along with Mr. Germano and...
So you guys are recommending this?
Yeah,
then?
Deputy
Yeah,
Chief,
okay.
yeah.
Correct? Oh, so you guys, okay. Well, it didn't sound like that, so, okay.
I didn't see it until actually over the weekend. The Label Street's in the second ward.
Could we have the staff come to the EDC meeting on Thursday and just take us through the rationale?
You're talking about Seymour Street, right?
Well, it's Christopher Street, Seymour Street,
Now we're
Oxford
talking
Street.
Label Street and everything
there's a
else,
lot.
so.
Right. I mean,
It seems like it makes sense, especially Christopher Street is extremely narrow, and I would imagine what they're trying to do is
And
just
Seymour's rather narrow as well, yeah.
ease
Yeah,
that
with
pinch.
Christopher Street, the big issue there was with the Durant School. There was sightline issues, there was congestion issues, there was bus queuing issues, and this was the best remedy from the Traffic Bureau to address that during the school year.
Gotcha. I can actually speak to that too, Mr. Mayor, from the committee's perspective. I'm the one who brought it up because I travel that road every day and during this, and unfortunately, they've tried to work with the school not to park on the corners of those two streets, and literally you can't pull out, you can't see. So that's the impetus for that.
No, and
Yeah.
I appreciate hearing this because I think if it was vetted through a
Right.
committee and you guys reviewed it, I think that was a concern. I heard some questions asked and I didn't know that was an answer. So, okay, but I'm hearing some answers. Any other questions?
Just the no parking special permit areas, is that changing? What is it going from to? So Oxford Street, Label Street, Seymour Street, what's the actual?
The limitations are going to be the identified north, south, east sides of the street. Right now, it's on both sides of the street. So we're opening up the streets by limiting that and providing the Durant School and that group of teachers with special permits so they can park on the street on that side.
Okay. Got it. Label Street borders the park in that space right over there.
I was talking pretty much Oxford and Christopher, but yes, Label Street was the same issue, so one side of the street was designated.
Okay.
They felt would be better designated for parking.
And then, sorry, Seymour Street, just tell me about that. I just want to understand. 42 feet north of Roosevelt Place to .190.
That was the recommendation from the Traffic Bureau as to the distance that would clear the space that the residents needed.
I'm sure, because speaking over there all the time, that is to, people go down there all the time, Councilman, and try
Yeah.
to turn around and
Yeah,
there's a whole
well,
bunch of
that's-
shenanigans that happen right there, and
Okay.
that I'm sure what that is, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like it's cleaning up a cluster, you know what, in that area, so I'm fine, but I would like to hear from the ward councilors as well.
Councilor, ideally, when the first design for the site plan, that was supposed to be a cul-de-sac there. And somehow between this room and Seymour Street, it became just that block there. And to be honest with you, I don't know where that change took place.
Yep.
Okay. And any other questions on this one? Questions? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-26, which is a fully funded capital ordinance providing for various water utility capital improvements in the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, operating with a sum of $1.2 million from the Water Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? And I'll just note, as we often do, at least for the last 11 years, noting this is a fully funded project here. So, Madam Clerk? Get her vote before she runs out. Madam Clerk? Oh, yeah. Yep.
Counselor Cummings.
Yes.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Herlock.
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams. Counselor Russo.
Yes.
Counselor Schlager.
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis.
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-27, which is a fully funded capital ordinance, again, providing for the acquisition, flusher truck, refurbishing and sewer slip lining to remove infiltration, and manhole rehabilitation, appropriating the sum of $1.15 million from the Sewer Utility Capital Fund for the cost thereof. I so move.
Second.
Is there any questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock.
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams. Absent. And then Counselor Schlager.
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis.
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes.
Did you skip me? Wait, I didn't hear you. Did you give me?
I said
didn't-
Counselor Russo, but we could do it
You
again.
did? Oh.
I did.
Yes, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Ordinance O-23-28, which is fully funded, again, capital ordinance providing for various parking utility capital improvements in the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, appropriating the sum of $150,000 from the Parking Utility Capital Improvement Fund for a cost thereof. I so move.
I'll second that. Ms. Mayor, did you say fully funded? I didn't hear that.
I believe I said it 3 times
I'm gonna make you guys
on
hats.
3 different things, yes.
I'm making you hats.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Please, what ordinance are we up to?
O-23-28.
Hang on. Yes.
Okay, Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Item J is withdrawn, item I is withdrawn, sorry. J, Ordinance O-23-30, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 44.12.2, bid threshold. This one also, through our attorney, has asked us to hold this one because you're still researching the matter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that one, without objection, will also, withdrawn, because it's not, we haven't moved yet, so withdrawn. Okay? No objection on that one. Next one is Ordinance O-23-31, which is an ordinance to prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in the Township of Montclair. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Do we read this at all? No?
Comments?
No.
Let's make comments.
We're waiting
Please,
to read this
Councilman
for 6
Yakubellis.
months.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have just a few things to say about this. I have been listening to people for years, 3 years exactly, more than 3 years. It's been an education journey. I think I would encourage landscape companies, and I would particularly encourage customers of landscape companies to have a conversation about changing the service model, because it's a really interesting conversation. When I had the conversation last year with my company, they could not, and I'm not saying everybody's the same, they couldn't wrap their head around this notion that I was okay with leaving leaves in the flower beds and on the grass and not coming and doing the last cleanup, right? And the leaves stayed there, and they were there all year, and they eventually degraded, and everything was okay. And I say that to say it was a back and forth where I asked them for a different approach to service. I don't need you to come every week. I don't need you to blow all the leaves around. You can mulch the leaves onto the property and leave them there. Like it's get engaged in that conversation. I think it's a really important conversation to ask them how they're servicing your property. This is change, and it's really hard, and I have to be honest with you, I'm scared. I am actually scared of this one. I've been scared of it because I don't know what's going to happen when the rubber hits the road on this metaphorically. I just don't know what's going to really actually happen. There's a lot of hyperbole as far as I'm concerned, and I've struggled with it. I do feel it's Montclair's place. Somebody has to be first. I understand Maplewood did it, but I feel it's Montclair's place to lead on issues like this and to help push the marketplace in a different direction. And frankly, this also isn't too tough of a decision, because at the end of the day, we are a representative democracy. We're elected to represent the people, and it's not even close. I've had over 1,000 people reach out to me over 3 years, email, social media, stopping me in the grocery store, whatever it is, asking me to ban leaf blowers. And I think I've had 35 people ask me not to, maybe 40. It's not close. So even just from a representative democracy perspective, I have to respect that. And people have had a lot of time with this. We've been talking about it for years. I said 3 years ago, we tried to ban leaf blowers here at this dais 3 years ago, and we only succeeded in eliminating half the usage time. I said at my town hall in October that I wanted to ban them, and then anyway, it's been a journey. People have been hearing us talk about this for a very long time. It really shouldn't be a surprise. I think we need to adjust. I want to give people hope that government isn't just always stuck and that we can't make changes. We can do stuff like this. We can experiment. We can tinker. I think we're meant in a place like Montclair to experiment with public policy and progressive public policy. And I think it'll work. What I'm most excited about is I do think the change forces creativity. Like, I'm excited about what people will do, right? We already see people experimenting with different landscaping approaches. We see people experimenting with how they, design their landscaping in terms of putting, more pollinator and native-friendly plants and not having grass at all. So I'm excited to see the innovation that comes out of something like this as well when we, are forced to make this change and asking people to make this change. The creative ideas that come out of a place like Montclair. Think of all the creative ideas that have come out of Montclair over decades. I think there's so much that's possible here, and we should be excited about it. And when you look at our agenda tonight, we're making massive investments in public health, right? And I don't see how we can do all of that. Health officer, health education person, doing so much great work around public health. This is on theme with all that other great work that we're doing around public health. It's so important. I have to say, besides being somebody who has been annoyed by the noise like everybody else, it's a noise issue for me. It's certainly a pollution issue for me. But first and foremost, the thing that touched me most was the argument around the parts per million that are kicked up into the air, the particulate matter. It's extremely harmful to have that particulate matter get kicked up into the air and then breathed in by children, anybody with respiratory ailments. We can't forget that we have 9/11 survivors and people around here. We have to be conscious of these things. We have out-of-control air pollution. Holland's off the charts because of climate change. People are having real trouble with respiratory issues, and I think we have to be sensitive to that. And it's also on theme with some of the other things that we've done in terms of pollinators and native species. Like, this is what we do in Montclair. We're trying to restore the local ecosystem, and let that be one of the stories of this council, that we took so many different actions to try and restore our local native ecosystem. And we saw species come back. We saw butterflies come back. We saw birds come back. We saw, creatures come back in general, and be proud of something like that. I know it sounds totally dorky, but, not for nothing, but I watched, Fern Gully as a kid, and I'm still with Krista. And I just think it's something that we have to do. And then I will say, I just want us to, because I appreciate this, I appreciate all the work everyone has done. I want us to have the same intensity around solving an issue like hunger in Montclair, like child hunger in Montclair. Because there are kids who are going to bed hungry in Montclair, and if we can get our stuff together and do this, we should be able to get our stuff together and solve that problem. So I want us to keep doing the big thing and dream big. Sorry for taking up so much time, but I thought it was important to make those points. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor,
Absolutely.
I'd like to, because I didn't get to read this, I'd like to say a couple of words. First of all, as I walked in here tonight, a landscaper in the back threatened me and called me a name in Italian, stunad. My grandfather used to say, "You're really stupid, you're stunad." That was an insult, okay? Because I support this. A couple of other people made remarks, and very political remarks. I'm just going to tell you that I've been supporting this for 23 years, since the first time that we had an ordinance that restricted and was challenged, and then we won in court, and then it had to go to a referendum. People have to understand the history. That's the value of the history I bring to this. 23 years ago, Councilwoman Jessica DeConik and I put through the first ordinance. When the voters got the chance to vote, they voted almost 2-to-1 in favor of keeping the restrictions. And we're very limited restrictions. Now, all the people that came up and said there's absolutely no way that they can do the job, that there's no materials or equipment that can do it, these are real exaggerations. And they've been used repeatedly by people to delay this. I've even talked to some of our staff people who keep telling me that I'm wrong and that they don't really want to do this. Well, if we do this, it has to be done by the town employees also. I don't want any unfairness here where the town is exempt. That's one of the problems I have with one phrase here. Now, the people have been threatening and been angry. I just got a message now. There's a group of landscapers outside deciding what to do about me. What to do about me? Well, somebody said I've been harassing the people of Montclair for 30 years. I've been trying to help lead the people of Montclair in the right direction for 30 years, and I've achieved an awful lot in those 30 years. And it was a break of 8 years that I was not around. But from 1992 to now, it's 31 years, and we started in the late, it was 1997, I think, that Jessica and I put this through. We tried to get this done. Now, I appreciate the landscapers. I appreciate people who came here who've talked to me before, like Richmond Rabinowitz and all. We've got to think about how this works as we go along. We've got to think about maybe tinkering and adjusting. Sure, We have to see how Maplewood handles it. They've been a model for us. We're not the first, but we're the leader now if we're the best, as Peter said, Peter Holm. I have to just thank, I have to thank Jessica Stolzberg and Judith Antelman and Anna Grossman and Lynn Hendy, my own neighbor, for trying to push me, because Lynn lives in my building. And what we're really annoyed by, and I would like the landscapers to understand this, we know that there's a problem when there's a lot of leaves and you got to do this job and it's tough, But this stuff where you have 5 guys going around with a leaf blower powered by gas to pick up a few specks of grass and to spend many, many minutes doing that is what's caused this problem. Because there's no need for that. Just let the grass clippings lay, even let the leaves lay. But the main thing is not to overuse anything, whether it's electric or gas. And one of the reservations I had about this that we're finally getting support for, thank you to my colleagues for supporting it, is I wanted to see some limits on electric. Because electric also blows particles around, and electric also makes noise. But we're not putting that in here because we want to give a transition period to landscapers and others so that they can adjust. And I challenged, when you see the ad on TV that's by the steel company says everything is going electric. All their equipment's going electric. So the gentleman who owns the store is saying it doesn't, you could say this for years that it's not going to be adequate, okay? You could just keep saying that. All automobiles are going electric. It's a market-driven thing. People want electric. Consumers and constituents want to move to what's environmentally better for the health, not just the sound issue and the noise issue, the health of our citizens in Montclair. So that's why I'm proud to support this, even though it's not everything I want. We never get everything we want and everything we do, but I'm proud to see that there's enough votes to pass this or to get this finally read as a first reading tonight. Thank you.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all my colleagues who spoke before. I think just to build a little bit upon it, I really want to, I'm really excited that we are doing this tonight, and it's the first step of a two-part to pass this. But I really want to thank the public for their engagement on this issue, and I think we have to bring about the change. And, sometimes it's hard to be on the listening end of it, but it's not because we have to problem solve. And I think having more facts and information, and we've heard from all kinds of constituents, including some of the folks who are here, who still have concerns, and we're going to work with everybody. But I know we put into some purpose and intent section here with regard to, again, the point that we were going to move to ban the gas. For me, the objective right now, the primary objective was ban the awful machines that are emitting so noxiously in our communities, that affect our families, people with health, frailty in different ways, and that there are real answers. And so I attended on Saturday this week at the home of one of our advocates. Anna Grossman hosted a demo, and I know the gentleman's still here, I think, who was offering to host a demo. This was Ego Equipment, another one of the companies. They keep ramping up their capabilities. One thing they noted is, for certain certainly for dry leaves versus wetter leaves, you don't need it on full strength, so you don't have to drain the batteries quite as quickly. I think those who are using new equipment are going to, figure out the better ways, and maybe with some training, to use them optimally, that we drain the batteries less quickly, that we have battery change out on, smaller devices that could be on the truck, that we're swapping them out, that we maybe alternate the days. I do want to acknowledge that a representative of the town, Rodney DePrenda, who works under Steve Wood, he's the operations supervisor for Parks and Pools. He came, I was checking in with him all the time. Does this seem like it was going to work for him? Where are his questions? I really wanted to hear what he had to say, because making this work for the town is, for most of us, it was a prerequisite to asking it of the townspeople, that we were making it consistent as a practice, and that if we can do it in our big properties, then people can do it on their smaller properties, as well as those people who may have larger properties, and that maybe we can all share some best practices. People have mentioned the idea that you can be mulching your leaves. There's less of them to blow. You blow them maybe into your gardens. There's environmental answers that may help some of the utilization. And I think we can keep being creative because I think we've cultivated out of this issue a real, I'm sure it's happened on many issues before, but a real sense of community and that there are people here who want to be part of a solution to helping people as they're navigating the changes. And I do want us to move away from the blowing ultimately as well, because I get the fact that the particulate matter is itself part of what's challenging for health concerns, but I don't believe that's what we need to regulate now. I think that's where the community education, and I invite the advocates in the room and people listening, and who else you'll gather, whether the school children, like who came with a petition, that the girl who's 12 who came with a petition of so many hundred signatures. We have a lot of people in town who I think we could take the good energy about this issue here tonight and leading up to this moment. How do we continue to support people who want to make the transition? And I think you've all expressed that willingness. I wrote down revolving loan fund. I don't think we have a particular plan for how to do that, but how can we help people who maybe need funding to transition? So maybe we can talk about that. Maybe there is money we can seed, and maybe advocates who've offered some of that. Maybe there's ways that we can help people who need to transition to the equipment. I know that there was the demo, as I said, was of a particular landscaper who's currently serving the Princeton area. He's talking about spending some more time up here. He's not the answer for everybody in this town. He's one person who's modeling a particular practice. Hopefully we can do some of that kind of peer education that makes it more feasible for more people to transition. We still have until October. There is time to be doing some of this learning and education, and I think we want to be supportive. I will tell you, when I was looking up one more thing about leaf mulching, the article that I landed on that made me laugh was actually from Scott's, like the turf builder lawn company. And like, they're all getting it. They all recognize that it says when you rake your leaves, it costs you. Your local taxes pay for trucks to sweep up your leaves or pick up your leaf bags, all of which end up in landfills. If you burn leaves, you're just sending up clouds of carbon. Mulching leaves simply recycles a natural resource, giving you a richer soil for free. I mean, that's what Scott's is saying. So it just strikes me that we aren't the ones in the very front, but we are near the front of the pack, and I'm proud that we are to be modeling where I think we need to go. And there'll be kinks to work out. I do want to thank the many people, starting with Quiet Montclair, Deb Ellis and Peter Holm, the newer group, I'm not sure if you have a name, but Sustainable Montclair maybe, or whoever you're becoming, but Jessica Stolzberg, Anna Grossman, Judith Antleman, and many others of you. I'm sorry I'm not naming everybody, but really thank you for helping to see us get there. And I want to thank Steve Wood and again Rodney for being people in town who are saying this is a challenge, it's some new ways of doing things we're not really used to, but they're moving, and we've helped them to do that. So thank you. My vote will be yes.
And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cummings.
I think this has been a very good example of public advocacy. But I also want to make sure that those residents who are not for this, and those individuals such as landscapers, this has been a discussion for a long time. And then to show up now is just too late. You had your chance to make your case, to bring it to us, to say why this isn't good. My issue from the beginning was that the township wasn't, this didn't apply to the township. And even though, as you mentioned, Mr. Wood and others definitely don't feel like the equipment is capable of doing a job like they do right now, I think that's his words, not mine. I think it's something that I applaud you all for bringing forward. But, at the end of the day, I do know that where I stand on this hasn't changed. But I do want to make sure that I acknowledge that the hard work that's been put forth has been warranted, and, good job by all, residents and council.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to also address this. This has been an issue that we've been dealing with for a very, very long time. And I do want to thank those of you who came to my office. Several of you have. We've had conversations. Anna, thank you for all your information as well. You really went out of your way sending me a lot of articles that were very helpful. Unfortunately, I've seen this movie once before, and it didn't end well because we tried this 2 years ago, and it's becoming death by 1,000 cuts. So for me, I'd like to see, I'm okay with the snow blowers and some of the other equipment that's out there and having some kind of a modification on that. So my position has not changed on this at all, with all, in line with Mr. Cummings. I do, though, appreciate the effort that was made and the information that was shared. And believe me, I considered it, for sure. But I have a funny feeling we're going to see this issue again before we leave as council members. Because if the leaf blowers are blowing bad things in the air and it's affecting people's health, I understand that, and I'm empathetic, and I want to do something about it. But then there's no difference between electric and gas for me. So we have to come up with... That's it. Yell. Scream at me. Go ahead. Raise your hands and scream at me. So go ahead. Okay.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I know you're encouraging it, but I am going to discourage the yelling out.
But this is why I never speak up anymore at meetings.
Please
for this very
finish your
reason.
comments.
It's disgusting,
Everybody has a
but-
right to speak a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Maybe one day we'll get back to where we were for the last 10 years before we started down this odyssey. But that's what I'd like to say. So, Anna, I'm still going to thank you, even though you're yelling at me.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Schlager?
Yes, real quick, because I know it's getting late, and I echo a lot of what my colleagues have said, but I just hope that this sparks a domino effect, and that when this does take effect, that perhaps Montclair State University will follow suit, Mountainside Hospital will follow suit. Those are very big pieces of property, and I hope that they will look at this very positively. I also want to thank Anna Grossman and Jessica Stolzberg. You helped me and you convinced me wholeheartedly to support this, and I thank you for that. But also, I applaud your efforts, but I also applaud that you have made a commitment to help us going forward after tonight, to help educate the community, and I really appreciate that. We could, and we'll need your help. So thank you for stepping up. Thanks.
Well, Councilwoman Schlager, let's not lose sight of the fact, I think there was an offer to purchase some of these for the town, if we all remember correctly, right?
I think I heard a little bit
Yeah, I
of
think I remember that. Yeah. Certainly, as I say, before we put this to a vote, just want to also say to every one of my colleagues, no matter the position on this, I appreciate the time that everyone has put in. Certainly for me, I concur with the fact that this has been a topic of conversation for a number of years. So to talk about the transition period and the conversation around what that's needed to kind of give advance notice, this has gotten about as much advance notice as you could give, right? We've had a lot of substantive debate, some slowly paring back of the time and allowances that it was used for. Then the conversation about moving to an electric and more of a ban that we're seeing now. So to say, Councilman Cummings, I agree with you, right? To show up at a now time to try and say, you're just hearing of this, or this is, where did this come from? I don't think is really accurate. I do think there will be absolutely concerns. People care about what they care about, and once people are impacted, there may be additional conversations that we hear, of course, and people who reach out. But I think when you tie this in with some of the other pieces that Montclair has been known for, is primarily, and one I'm probably most proud of, our energy aggregation program that we were able to put forward with zero additional cost to residents and way more green energy, double the amount that the state requires. I think this does go hand in glove with the work that we do in Montclair to try and be environmentally sensitive and friendly and making sure we're doing all we can. That said, we know that the challenges that exist there, yes, with the equipment that's available and some of the pieces may pose some challenges, but some changes in practices and some other methods hopefully can overcome those challenges as well. So with that and finally getting us to this point, I'm appreciative that everyone, even up to the very end, was considering modifications, and we looked at all the different pieces and made sure things work together. So with that, I thank everyone for their efforts around this broadly. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Iacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is resolution, we have our resolutions. I'm going to move, without objection, the following by consent.
Please.
Yep. Numbers 1 through 15. Let's start there. I think those are ones that are all pretty straightforward.
I have a question on number 5.
Question on 5? Let me see here, blah, blah, blah. Yep, sure. You're like, why don't we pull it out then?
Okay.
1 through 15 minus number 5.
Barring no
And
more
then-
pullouts, I will second that, but let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Trying to move this along.
And I would just ask my colleagues, given that a lot of these are perfunctory, just a reminder to always just review the stuff beforehand, know which ones you may want to pull out, just a reminder.
Thank you for that
That's all.
reminder,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate it.
I'm good, Mayor, and
Yep.
you could actually add 16 and 17.
I pull that just because I know that I've got information on that. So, yep, that's why I pull that. So 1 through 15 minus 5.
Minus 5, yep.
Could go further.
No, there are others that we have information on, so that's why I'm pulling those out.
14 I want to pull out, please.
Okay, 14. 1 through 15, except 5 and 14.
15 itself, I think, is fairly simple, but the agreement itself was not attached about the Reservoir Ridge payment plan. It's just a straightforward.
I can talk to that,
Why don't we pull out 15 then, Mayor?
Lord.
Just real quick.
All right, so items 1 through 13 minus 5.
I'll second that again, Mr.
It's
Mayor.
moved and seconded. Seeing no other questions, concerns, comments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on these.
Okay, Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock.
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Let's go to number 5. This is Resolution R-23-163, which is a resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open contract with professional services to provide legal assistance for affordable housing matters. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Who pulled this one out?
I had a
Council-
question.
Yep,
Yes.
question. Mhm.
So it says here that the fee here will be taken out of the Affordable Housing Trust. So is this a one-year contract? The $15,000?
Mr. Scantlebury? Oh, thank you.
Also, while Mr. Scantlebury's looking, I believe that previously Attorney Mr. Karasik took care of this under his, I might be wrong, but I believe that he served as that attorney as well?
Well, no, I believe this firm was outside counsel to handle this, this matter, and they're being brought back in to address what needs to be done in order to move the affordable housing funds around in the budget and get court approval. So that's what they're being retained to do.
Mr. Scantlebury, is it for the year?
And it's for the balance of 2023. It's in the resolution.
Okay.
So this is what, July, so it's for half a year, basically. 6 months.
And it might not take a full 6 months. They're just making application to court.
Mr. Burke, I know you love putting it away from you.
I'll lean into it.
Thank you.
My understanding, Councilwoman Slager, is that they are going to be making application to the court to amend the housing trust budget. So I don't think it's going to take a full 6 months for them to achieve that goal. I believe the contract is just that length.
Right. So if it doesn't take them that long, will would their fee be reduced, or it's 15,000 flat?
I believe that's a not to exceed amount.
Not to exceed, yeah.
That's a not to exceed amount. So they're going to invoice, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go up to 15,000. It means that's where they have to stop.
It doesn't say not to succeed.
It does. It does, Robin.
I don't see that.
The third whereas ends with for an amount not to exceed 15,000. Third whereas.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay.
Right. And then
Okay.
in the second, be it further resolved, this agreement shall not exceed 15,000.
Okay. Because it doesn't, I'm sorry, because it doesn't say that under certification of funds, so, okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this one?
So I would just say, because I think part of the theme of Councilor Schlager's questioning here is like just efficiency. I think we need to, I know we're already looking at it, but just a more extensive and robust exercise about how much we're spending on all these satellite legal services and just figuring out an economy of scale opportunity for us. Because 15,000 here, 40,000 here, 50,000 here, it all adds up significantly. And frankly, if you can get a firm in here that can do 5 or 6 of these things all at once, I think we need to revisit some of the conversations we've been having in the committee and whatnot.
Yep.
I just think there's an economy of scale opportunity here in terms of working with a law firm, and we should bring that conversation back sooner than later. This is another example of us spending $15,000 that probably could have been done by an attorney in-house with a firm.
Well, certainly to your point, I know that that was the recommendation of our committee, right? But okay.
Just on that, Mayor, I don't know if some of you were clapping, understand what was being said. It's being said that we should bring in this other firm, which is a very political firm, to do this work. I'd like to see our current attorneys do the work. That's how you save the money. What Peter is saying is bring in this other firm that can do 10 different things. That's a good concept conceptually. But last time we pulled that, we didn't do it, and I hope we don't do it because we're going to be spending a lot of money on a new firm that's just politically connected again. And I'm hurting myself, folks, when I say these things, okay, for my political career to go anywhere. But I don't care if it's Republican or Democrat. We shouldn't have the firm. What do you mean? DeFrancesco and Bateman, Republican firm, give him $80,000. We shouldn't give this guy Bernstein $80,000, who's defending the manager in the case, and we shouldn't be giving this other firm that they want to put in. So the conversation here, don't misinterpret it. It should be our attorneys should be competent enough to handle this in-house for what they're paid right now. So I'm voting no on this.
Well, I'll just say this as a slight caution here. I've heard a lot of it tonight, and certainly over the last number of meetings too. And certainly there are plenty of issues where I disagree with policies and perspective of people of any political party or affiliation. But to start getting into the realm of we don't hire people who are one political party or don't hire people from another political party is not the way we operate and never should be. But certainly we can all have differences of opinion, but to exclude someone strictly because of their political affiliation is not the path that I think represents Montclair. That said, we've got item 5. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Okay. Counselor Schlager?
No.
Counselor Yacobelis?
No.
And Mayor Spiller.
Yes. All right, next is number 14, which is Resolution R-23-172, which is a resolution requesting approval of items revenue appropriation pursuant to the Safe and Secure Grant. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments? Who did, was it Councilwoman Price Abrams?
I'm just mindful, and I had done, I pulled up the notice of availability of funds, and it had some of the requirements. But as I understand it with these grants, and someone can correct me if I'm misunderstanding it, the municipality is required to increase the number of law enforcement personnel through the use of the grants, and then we have to maintain that total number, which is known as a complement, and we can't go below the baseline, and then the eligible municipalities must pay all the fringe benefit costs associated with the personnel hired, as well as costs in excess of the grant award. So it's just we're growing the MPD, and I think there are very important uses for the MPD. Obviously, public safety first and foremost, but there are probably some functions, and people have raised it in comments that I've received, and I've thought it myself, like, do we need a uniformed officer at every traffic detail? Do we need a uniformed officer for certain other tasks that don't seem like they are needing to be the level of well-compensated and, law enforcement credentialed people, personnel, even social workers who go out on certain kinds of calls. So I want us to recognize that it's not just money coming in. We have some kind of maintenance of effort for this particular thing. And I would like to talk about, in time, whether we're budgeting for these things and whether we're intending to grow the police force to a certain other number, but not just because we took money that we have to therefore, it's going to cost us to take this. This is not free money.
Mr. Scannenberg, would you like to speak to the staffing comment that was made around increasing?
I'm agnostic about increasing the police at this time because we're close to the limit that we were at 112. So we're very, very close.
112 offices? What?
Yeah, we're very close to that number now. We're not there, but we're very close. Now, if you're looking at using social workers on calls, I've had that conversation with the MPD, and the concern is if there's an incident, you really don't know what's needed until you get there. And it's better to have, this is the MPD speaking, that it's better to have the officer there. Now, once there and they assess the situation, they can call the social services or whatever, but to have them go out on a call, that's another story. But I think this is a conversation we can have if you want to pull this in the Public Safety Subcommittee and speak with the chief, the deputy chief, and they can give you their assessment of what we're looking for here.
Okay, I mean, and thank you for that, but as to, I'm bringing up the social worker thing, I probably was talking about it when I first took my seat at the council. I wouldn't suggest we just send the social worker and the cops are behind them. I would put the cops in front of them. But the point is, that's a conversation I know that they're not necessarily on board with, but I'm saying that this isn't free money. It comes with our maintenance of effort and certainly on the benefits, and that is one of the cost drivers within our budget as to the personnel who are, covered by mostly police and fire, unions, and they do hard work. They're compensated for it, but we have to be mindful when we're driving those costs, and that's just one that I wanted to raise here.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
No.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakabelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-173. Next is Resolution R-23-173, which is a resolution authorizing the execution of the Reservoir Ridge Sewer Discharge Repayment Plan. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Who was the holdout on this? Was that one you too?
I think, Mr. Burr, you were going to explain what this, it's just that we're going to get some kind of payment plan, but we didn't see anything attached with it, so.
Correct, Ms. Price Abrams. The Reservoir Ridge, we provide them with sewer service connection to our sewer lines. There was a time where the rates were based on the Cedar Grove rates. Those rates had increased. The people that were paying the bills didn't realize they increased, so there had to be a payment plan to make up the difference in the increased rates, and so we entered into a payment plan with them.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakabelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-174, which is a resolution authorizing the renewal of an inactive alcoholic beverage plenary retail consumption license, as so stated, and I so move. It's moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, I'll just specifically say to this one, I know I was speaking before about this, just with certainly the governor's initiative too, to make sure that a lot of these licenses aren't sitting around, right? A lot of the work is around reforming liquor licenses and the liquor
Yes.
license law. Just being mindful, I know that there is usually 2 times, right, for 2 years that the town usually
Yes.
has, will grant an extension
Yes.
and before it goes to the state for approval.
Yes.
But just flagging it here for my colleagues as well, that one of the pushes is the challenge around liquor licenses that sit inactive.
Yes.
And therefore is a part of the problem when people are talking about being able to utilize those as a business. So just flagging it here, if this is a hold for everybody right now, but do we want to keep doing that is the question for the
This
future.
is the second time.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
What was that?
This is the second.
Second time, okay,
Yes.
well, here we go, so we'll see after that. Okay, so that, it's been moved, seconded. Madam Clerk?
Okay, Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakabelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-175, which is a person-to-person transfer. The alcoholic beverage plenary retail consumption license is listed there. That said, through the clerk's office, we have been notified that they have asked that we table this and don't move forward on this tonight. They are not at this point yet. They thought they would be. They are not. So they have asked that it be tabled, pulled. It's not that kind of thing. Tabled. So we will not consider it tonight without objection. Is there objection?
No.
Seeing none, that is why that one is tabled. Okay. Next is resolution which mirrors the ordinance which we tabled before, which is Resolution R-23-176, which is the resolution awarding a contract by qualified purchasing agent in the Election Transparency Act. And Mr. Burr, you're looking into that item along with the ordinance piece. So with that, without objection, we'll table or pull this one.
Withdrawn, yeah.
Yep,
You can
withdrawn.
withdraw that.
Okay. Without objection, that's 18. Moving on. Resolution R-23-177, which is a resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services contract with Ambrose Group for the assessment of the Township Fire Department. Someone like to move that one?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to actually ask that we withdraw that based on a
Okay.
conversation I just had with Mr. Scott.
And I will second that.
Okay, so no need to withdraw. I haven't heard a mover, so I think we might be
I
good.
think
Is
you're
there
okay, Mr.
anyone
Mayor,
who
but
wants to
just
move
in
it?
case.
Just in case.
Can I comment?
Yeah, yeah, I would like to comment.
So hold on.
Could we
no,
just
no,
acknowledge,
Yes,
could we
we have
acknowledge
to.
the lateness of the hour and
Right. So we have to first, we got the thing in front of us. Is there a second on it to move it? There is, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't second it. There is no to move it, so item number 19 is withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You bet. Absolutely.
Can we make a comment on it?
You can make all your comments at the end, absolutely.
At the end? What do you mean
Yeah.
at the end? On
Resolution
this-
R-20, there is no this item, it was just not moved, unless you want to move it.
It's not moved. I have to move it in order to comment on it.
Yeah, actually, under Robert's Rules, yes, you do. Next
Robert's
is
Rules.
Resolution
23.
R-23-178, interim bill list and resolution. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments on this one? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Next is Resolution R-23-179. Councilwoman Schlager, would you so?
Of course.
She's
thank-
not, Mr. Mayor, I hate to interrupt, she's not fun with.
Oh, you didn't finish it?
Yes, he just
She's not
then
that
who's
hard.
so-
She has a couple S's
Okay.
in there. There might even be a
Counselor
Y.
Schlager? Sorry.
Yeah, yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
I'm going to have to abstain because I have some questions that I haven't been able to get answered yet.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. So now we're at R-23-179. Councilwoman Schlager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in the favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council, the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex, that said invoices be, they are hereby ordered paid, and checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons to the amounts respectively, and hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated July 18th, 2023, the amount of $34,770,171.61, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Just one or two quick
Councilman
questions.
Yakubellis?
Mr. Burr, Mr. Vito, just if you can remind me, actually, I'm sorry, this may be for Mr. Scantlebury, DeFrancesco Bateman, what they're working on.
Mr. Bates.
DeFrancesco Bateman PC, it's $29,000, page 8. Even if you just recall what they're tasked to.
Mr. Manager?
That's the law firm we shouldn't have hired. They billed us, we paid them, right?
Sorry, it's page 8 of 35. I know there's two.
Oh, you're on the wrong one.
Bill lists.
I think you're on the first one.
My pile may have been
I
mixed up.
Councilman Yakubellis, I believe that's tax appeal.
Yeah, it's a tax
Council.
appeal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was all, because they appear on both bill lists. It's 29,000 in one place, 17.5 in another, and almost 8,000 in another. So I just want to make sure.
50,000 already.
I just want to make sure we're paying attention to the not to exceed.
Of
I
their
don't remember what it was.
80,000. Yeah, we shouldn't exceed, but they probably will.
Any other questions on that?
I think I'm good.
Good? Yeah. Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Item 22 is withdrawn. 23, which is Resolution R-23-181, which is a resolution awarding a fair and open contract with Motorola Solutions provision of radio and accessories throughout the township departments. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yeah, excuse me, yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
I did have a comment, concern, question. Can I just do it in the middle of the vote?
There's no water.
I just want to clarify, this is for multiple users, Mr. Campbell, right? Like, this is where we're coordinating, this equipment is allowing different entities within town to speak to each other. Could you just
Yes.
comment? I'm sorry, could you just say?
Yes, it's for fire, DCS, utilities, and parking.
Thank you, my vote's yes.
But this is not for the new fire equipment, you know, the,
This is Motorola,
yeah, I know Motorola. We had a TV once, Motorola. Here's the thing. This is not that purchase that we've been fighting over, the $1 million to purchase new fire. It is? This is the fire, the thing, this is all
not
inclusive of
limited to
that.
fire, it's multiple use.
No,
That
it's
was the
not
point.
just fire. I understand, but it includes the fire. And didn't we think there might be a way the county could help with it? We could get some reduction in the cost? Wasn't that what we were looking for? I mean, these things, they just go over
It
our
went out
heads,
to
you know?
bid. Are we having a conversation?
We're not, it's not a conversation there.
No
Thank you.
conversation. Okay, I just vote
You
no,
can,
that's all.
you can vote, yeah.
Okay, so Counselor Rousseau?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Excuse me. I don't think you asked me. And I'm not sure. that-
I'm sorry, at the top of the vote, I actually have you recorded as yes.
Okay, I didn't, if
So we
anyone here
could-
has heard me say yes.
I don't think I voted
Really?
either, but
Please tell me.
Did we? We did, because
yeah,
I
no, I
had
heard it.
started with Counselor Cummings, you said yes, and I have Deputy Mayor Hurlock right before he was
then I said
coughing a little bit, he said yes.
well, yes is
And then I
fine.
went
Keep
to
me at a
Counselor-
yes, it's late, I'm sorry, it's
You asked
quarter
the
after 11, we're not even halfway done.
Yeah.
It stopped at
That's what threw
at
you
her
off.
question.
That's what threw you off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock, we could roll back the tape if that helps. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Replay.
Okay.
That won't be necessary, I don't want to spend any more time with,
Let's-
The
thank
woman's
you.
trying to do her job. We're on number
Okay,
24.
so let's run
Yeah,
this
24.
officially, we'll do it again, Counselor Cummings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where are we?
We're gonna do this again
we-
so that it's officially recorded, so we have the
Yes.
same thing, Counselor Cummings, yes. Deputy Mayor Hurlock.
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams.
Yes.
Counselor Russo.
Yes, on this one.
Counselor Schlager.
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis.
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-183, which is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of this grant for enhancing local public health and infrastructure. I so move.
Second.
Hold
Moved
on.
and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Isn't this what we just did?
No, she re-asked, as she said,
Number
the one before.
24.
We're on number 24 right now.
So we did that.
I think we just did that one.
We did not.
That's the
That's for the NJACCHO grant.
Numbering, you know, use the
Anyone with any questions, concerns, comments? 24.
24 is good.
Madam Clerk?
I thought we literally just voted for
We
that one a
literally
second
did.
ago.
We just did the one prior. She
No,
asked for a
before that,
vote.
we discussed the equipment, and everyone voted, and then we went and did the award about the...
We did not. The clerk asked to re-vote on that issue
Yes,
because
so
she
that we
wanted
can have
clarity
it
around the
officially
vote.
read.
We did not do
And
that.
we just
Did the
re-voted.
re-vote thing.
Mr. Mayor, this is why you don't go past 10 o'clock at night, we get too
Just
tired.
re-voting, right? Just re-voting.
We
That was
re-voted,
just making
yes.
sure the vote was official,
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
Number 24?
Okay.
Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock.
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams.
Yes.
Counselor Rousseau.
Yes.
Counselor Schlager.
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis.
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-184, which is a resolution authorizing the award for professional services contract to Government Strategies Group for a period of 1 year. So move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yes. I think I noted my concerns the last meeting, and I'd like to kind of ask the same questions regarding this, which is, I believe we're looking at a interim manager being placed and roughly about $15,000. But my question is, the interim manager is essentially going to be guided by the current manager. Is that correct? I mean, what's the interim manager going to do?
I'm not sure what you're asking, role of whatever a manager would be doing, right? Interim managers act as an interim as the manager position. That's what they would do.
So I have a lot of projects that are being, working on, and so this person's gonna just step in and take over where, basically, I'm assuming you're just gonna have to teach and bring them up to speed, which I don't think is fair. But the other question I have is, we're engaging a group which has former Chief David Saba, who, as many people complained about our current fire chief, was also the subject of an overwhelming vote of no confidence, and also was someone that basically the town was forced to settle a discrimination lawsuit against. So I don't see how they're going to come in here and be fair or come up with whatever it is that they do. It's to me, again, I go back to what I was saying before, this seems to be more personal than professional. I think Mr. Scantlebury has proven to do his job very well in the role that he's been asked to do without a deputy or someone to assist him. And I just can't see how we're going to spend this type of money for something that we don't need or has not proven to be a need. And if anybody up here can tell me why they feel we need to do this, I'd like to hear that. What is not being done by administration to our satisfaction?
Any other, Councilwoman Vice Chairman?
So, really, our most essential function as a body is to bring on, to have a process to consider the manager of the town, the person day to day, and with great respect, Brian, to what you have been doing, the way you have been stepping up prior to the former manager's departure and since. I think it is it's an essential function of ours to conduct a search, to have you part of that search to the extent that you choose to be so. We're a complex town of 40,000 people. I think we need additional support in the space in terms of the management of the town. I think it is, like I said, part of our oversight role as a council of the person who's actually day-to-day running town. I think that what we've looked at, and I know no one raised culture up there, that was a very specific, narrow thing about assessment of safe reporting in the workspace, very important, but a unique and different thing than what we're talking about. This is, I think, the council doing its due diligence to say, there's policies, some of which came before us and then were pulled. There's a lot of things in flux. There's impact on staff in the town, which has impact on the service of the town, that I think that we would have a fresh, experienced manager come and bring and consult and give us, I think, the fullest. I mean, you name somebody who had maybe no part in what they will provide us by way of service, but I just want to find the services that we would be looking for that are part of this resolution, that there would be an interim placement, as was noted, oversight services so that we are optimizing our professionals, each in the service of their own roles and what they do for the town, search and recruitment services, and that is what is on the table for discussion. It feels like the responsible course as we are in this interim, and I want us to get past the sense of being interim, and if Brian is to be selected, it will have been in the course of a process, but I do want the benefit of, and I believe the town is served best by the benefit of an appropriate review that we have. There's some of what reaches my ear, others' ear, where there may be things that some staff have questions that they don't feel like they have answers. I'm not here to do those things, but I'm here to say my role extends to making sure that people are heard and that there will be an assessment of the level of functionality and the kind of inquiry that I think will serve the town best. That is where I'm at.
Any other questions,
Yes.
Councilman Russo?
Very well put, intellectually, in a vacuum. But what you're doing is bringing in another layer of bureaucracy, and you're bringing in another cost, money that could go to the schools, money that we could use for teachers. We're going to be hiring a firm that's going to be charging us, from what I understand, $10,000 a month to put somebody over our existing acting manager. I don't care who it is, but in this case, it's Brian, who's been trying his best under very difficult circumstances. I've known him for 32 years, since he and I both were elected in 1992, which Mr. Byrne will remember, when Brian was an active member of one political party and I was an active member of the other political party. Now, we worked together for over 30 years. We don't always agree, but I think that what we're doing here, I hope that we all understand this, is you're putting another layer of bureaucracy, and you're going to cause yourself to have someone come in who used to be a manager here 20 years ago. When I was mayor, this man was a manager. Now, he's a fine manager at that time, did a lot of good things, but he's got staff that one of our council members told me he's already met with, talked to them. There's 2 or 3 possible people they're going to bring in. Why isn't that I'm or others are not aware of this? Another one of these procedural questions I have. Why is this being done by certain council members and not by all council members? That's one of the problems. Secondly, the cost, and this is the big thing for me. If it's $10,000 a month, we've already put $25,000 in this. The town finance director tells me there's $50,000 total. She cites the money here and all. So we're going to spend at least $50,000. Then on top of that will be this $10,000 a month. So there's $170,000. That'll pay for 3 teachers. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're making more than I made when I was a teacher in Newark. I got $5,200 a year. But the thing is that you're spending money you don't have to spend. In fact, you could have Brian Scantlebury, maybe I shouldn't talk about the individual, but be the manager, and he doesn't even need to have a deputy or assistant manager hired, and you save another $50,000 or $80,000 there, because he could promote somebody from within, one of the outstanding women that's heading our departments now. We have several women heading departments. All under his leadership, we got those great women, diverse group of women heading departments. So what if he designates one of them to be the deputy manager?
Councilman Russo, I just
Okay,
want to
I'm
be,
getting on the fringe of everything
I just want to be, want
Yeah,
to be mindful that we don't want to
I just hope you all
go overbroad
understand that.
and stepping into
Yeah, okay, I don't want to step in
issues
anymore.
that are outside the council's purview under the Faulkner Act. And we know that
Thank you.
the council's not to interfere with administration of the government that's lays in the,
Yeah, I'm
and
not gonna-
hiring
I'm not gonna say anymore,
of
because-
personnel.
because
That lies in the manager's
My great political
realm.
guru in the back is
And
shaking
we
his
also
head
want to
that I
make sure
shouldn't
we're not,
say anything.
we're not stepping on people's privacy rights or employee
Right,
rights.
so I'm stopping. I'm just saying,
Thank
please
you.
don't do something that's going to cost more money and is not needed because it's going to complicate the management that we're improving right now. Okay?
I think there's again, I still haven't heard what's not being done and what's not working in the township administration, what services are not being done, what responses aren't being done. All I'm hearing is, again, if we want to do a manager search, that's one thing. We can do a manager search. And again, I go back to my conversation with Mr. Hartnett when this first came up, and my question was, did they give you a reason why they wanted to do this? And he said no. I said, did they give you a reason to say, well, Brian wasn't doing a good job? No. So I was like, well, then, Joe, what's the purpose? He said, well, they said they want to look at it, they want to do a search. I said, so you want to do a search? Why do we need a $10,000 interim manager plus a $5,000 fee that's going to go to the company on top of $150,000 for the search? I'm all for a search if this body wants to want to go out and do a search. What I can't really understand is why we want to spend $15,000 on something we don't need. What is the purpose behind that? Because I don't believe anyone up here can tell me that for the last, what's been since November to now, that we haven't had better operational services by administration. Last time I went through all the hiring that's been done, hiring that wasn't been done for 2 or 3 years. I don't think I need to go back through the 14 points that I made of things that were handled that were not done for years. And no one had an issue of doing this when we had Tim Stafford in that position. But now all of a sudden, Mr. Scantlebury's in there, and it's, oh, okay, we need somebody to come and oversee someone who's doing a really good job. I don't see how you guys can even think about that, because it's clearly not professional. It's clearly personal. And trust me, I have my issues with Brian quite a bit, but I do know one thing. He's going to tell me the truth. He's going to tell me a position, and he's going to leave it at that. And I don't think he's done anything different with any of you. And so as a counselor, my feeling is this is ridiculous that we're thinking about this and that it's been brought up. As a township resident and taxpayer, I can't believe that this is something we feel is necessary, meaning the intern placement. And the other thing is, like I said, even Joe Hartnett could not come up with a reason why this is being done. And so I asked a question for you all to tell me, and I'm not going to say it the way Mr. Bird or anything, but because these personnel matter about that. But what is not being done in this township to a professional level by our administration and staff?
Councilwoman Schleger?
Yes, thank you. I don't think we can answer that question in public. I'm not going to say what's been done, what's not being done. I don't think I can say that legally.
Correct. You would be
in this.
starting to go down matters which would require a rights notice, which would require a waiver of your right, of the employee's rights to have matters heard in public.
So I think that goes for all of us. So but we've been through a trauma. We've been through a trauma with the previous manager. It was, for me, I'm not going to speak for everybody. It was awful. It's still, I don't even know what's going to come down the pike. It might not even be finished yet. I think that we deserve to have a search. I think we deserve to have, we don't have a job description for the manager. We deserve an extensive job description that we could all agree on, that what we want from a manager. Mr. Scantlebury, who's also a friend of mine, I've known him a long time too, he would stay in his deputy manager position, and I think we owe it to ourselves to take a look, to see what's out there, to have a job description, to have the consultant that would possibly come in to interview all the department heads, see how things are going. I don't want to talk about speculation and rumors, but I hear rumors, whether they're true or not. So I think we deserve a search, and that's why, I wasn't here last week to vote on this, so I'm going to vote on it tonight. So thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to go into the specifics again from the last meeting, although I was a little surprised to see this come up again. But from my standpoint, I think I've shared this with some of you, if not all of you, I've got a lot of projects going on right now in the First Ward with Mr. Scantlebury, and I cannot afford to lose time with a new group coming in to get up to speed and whatever they're going to have to do when we only have about 10 months left in our terms. So for me, I'm going to be a no on this again, as I was last time, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schläger?
Yes.
Counselor Yagabellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spilley?
Yes. All right, thank you. This is from the clerk. This is from the clerk.
We have
Mayor, I'd just like to remind you, I believe Councilman Russo is going to move it, but we had the bamboo ordinance that was discussed
We
earlier.
do, and I see
And I
individuals
just wanted-
handing me
yeah,
another one, too.
And I just wanted to remind.
No, I see it going
Council.
around right now. I'm trying to
Okay.
figure out who's got
Yep.
what where, so, yep. Bamboo? Yeah,
The
let's do
bamboo out of the way.
Okay. Huh?
And I'm just going to read the heading
Hold
on it.
on, Councilman Yakubowski, we're supposed to move this first. This, yep, I'm gonna, as chair, I'm gonna say this is more relevant to what we just did, so here, yep.
What's this?
Councilman Yakubowski, would you read,
Appointment of
please?
Ordinance. Oh,
What's your-
Mayor, I offer a resolution for the appointment of Joseph Hartnett to the position of interim township manager.
That
Okay.
he himself.
So there's a move, the resolution, is
Whoa,
there,
wait a
is
minute.
there a second?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Last minute thing.
Hold on, there's a
Wait a minute,
motion.
wait.
Hold on, there's a motion. If there's a second, we'll debate it.
Yeah, okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded, now it's debatable. Would you like to speak to your motion, and then anyone who wants to comment?
No comment, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Cummings.
No comment? Wait a minute. So, last time it was, from your words, Peter, Mr. Hartnett told me he has 3 people in line to be the interim manager.
Now it's him?
And now, all of a sudden, he is the person who is being placed in the interim manager role. Mr. Hartnett told me that he had individuals that he would bring in as interim manager. So that means he lied to me. No, he told me that. I called him and he told me that. And I dare Joe to come up in this meeting and say he did not say that to me. And now we have a document prepared right now to put him in as interim manager starting tomorrow. So what that says to me is, first of all, this ordinance, this wasn't put up, resolution wasn't put up and gotten here until yesterday. But there's no way all of this happened yesterday. This is ridiculous. I mean, Brian, I like you as a person, and as an individual, that's a difference because we have differences. But this disrespect, I apologize to you because this is utter disrespect. And I know people here have known you for a long time, but you know, what people do, their actions show you who they are to you. And so I think you see that. I hope the township and the people see that, you know, this is just like, it's really, really incredible that at 11:30 at night, we all of a sudden, after passing this, have this right here prepared to basically put you back in your place. And I think that Joe himself is really shown who he is, and that's what you're going to get in terms of your manager in this township, is someone who would lie to a counselor about the role and who would be in that position, and someone who, to be honest with you, a lot of the issues that we faced that Robbins, you say, bothered you going over the period of time, he was the manager here. And I think there needs to be something said that, you know, we talk about, what was said, that trauma, I've been trauma, and so my question is, has any of that trauma been since November? Because, yes, we all suffered a lot of trauma because we had to deal with people coming up here, yelling at folks, calling people out, and man, I don't know what to say, really. This is ridiculous.
All right, here's what I got to say.
I was ready. my hand.
I feel like quitting as a council member after 23 years, to have a manager come back in from 20 years ago. I served as mayor when this man was a manager. He had certain skills, but he also had an abrasiveness about him.
Here.
Now, you bring this person in, it says $1 a week. What's that, a gimmick? To make it look like it's not costing us anything? You're gonna pay $50,000 to the firm, okay? So that's where he's getting the salary from, the $50,000 we're gonna pay. I'm really shocked, Peter and Robin, that you're gonna let this happen. You're gonna let this happen. It's one thing to hire the firm, it's another thing to hire this specific person tonight at midnight in the middle of July for $1 a week, and this is like a fraud. It's like a fraud upon the town of Montclair. And to tell Brian in this piece of this thing here that he's going to be resuming his position after 8 or 9 months of trying his best to help us get this ship righted. The ship is going to be shaken all over now. It's a totally political decision. And you see, it cuts across. Bill and I fight all the time. Bill and I agree on this. Me and Cummings are fighting all the time. We agree on this because it's logical not to spend this amount of money to bring another layer of bureaucracy in, unless you think it's so terrible that this person that's managing things now and saving us a lot of money and getting everybody united and doing a good job and hiring very good people, unless you think he's doing such a terrible job, please do not do this. Please. I'm appealing to Peter, who I've tried to mentor over the 3 years, and Robin, who I worked with for many, many years. Do not let this happen tonight. See, the Republican guy in the back is laughing.
That's not about that. I just got 3 texts from
Hold on.
individuals.
Councilwoman Price Abrams has been waiting.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that's why we do ask to be called on. Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Okay,
You
so,
already told us why you thought it was good. didn't you?
Please, she didn't interrupt you. Let her speak.
Please,
Thank
that
you.
interrupt stuff.
Well, it is how a civil democracy works.
Yeah, civil
So let's
democracy,
allow-
protecting our democracy.
let's allow
Is this
her-
protecting our democracy when we do this?
Let's allow.
Midnight? Are you
let's-
protecting our
let's-
democracy?
Let's
Fed
allow
up with this.
our female colleague who's been waiting to speak, please. Thank you.
I want to be clear that I wasn't in your conversation with Mr. Hartnett. This was not the plan. So he is not the intended interim. It's until such time that he can get the resumes, the whatever it is that we're going to be looking at, that we will have the opportunity to review. If a candidate or another candidate that he would see fit to recommending, that we would have time to review. And so it would be for the sake of just while we have the opportunity, while we're here, we don't meet for another whole month, that we put this into the direction that the will of the majority is suggesting we do. Therefore, Joe Hartnett will take on a very interim role, and that's why there's not really a salary associated with it. It's a formality. And then there will be a process by which we will have the opportunity to confirm, the majority can confirm a recommendation or not, and another person can be put forward. And that, I just want to be clear, to the extent that you took this as a betrayal of something was told to you, I don't believe there was any intention of misleading you based on what he said at the time. That was
Peter,
not the plan.
I have a question for you that I believe Bob, you also asked.
Councilman Cummings, did you want to ask?
I have a
allow him to
question of
speak, or-
Peter.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I have a very simple question.
Go ahead,
to Peter.
Councilman Cummings.
And this isn't executive session. I don't want to hear that. It's
We're
not.
getting
There's
close
I just
to
want to
no
be clear,
one-
I'm
no
not
one got it.
answering any questions.
Okay, so publicly in the conversation we had about this, did you or did you not say that you spoke to Mr. Hartnett and he told you he had 3 individuals lined up to be interim manager?
Do you have any other comments, Councilman? 'Cause I'll
Yes,
go-
I have one more
go.
comment. I have another comment. I've got 3 texts already. This is not me speaking. This is called racism. You all are wrong. If he were not a black man, would they be doing this? Why don't y'all just tell Brian, Negro, go home? So that's what this has happened tonight by this. This is not me speaking. So you all need to know what the community is about to bring here based on this decision. And it's not so much, Robin, I agree with you. I said, I'm okay with the search. But I just need to know why we need a search when an interim manager, when again, the work is being done. Said that enough, but think leaf blowers or something.
Mayor, Ms. Dawkins is here, the Human Resource Director. She's asked to speak to you, to the council as a whole. I had suggested that if she does speak to you, I believe it'd be best to have that conversation done in executive session before you take the vote on moving the resolution. But that would be the council's prerogative.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I've seen some just off-the-wall ridiculous stuff since my third term, but this has got to take the cake. I mean, 11:30 at night, this is printed, it's ready to go. No one ever said a word to me about it. I'm disgusted with the way that we operate as a group.
Bill,
Anyone else? wishing
we
to
don't
speak?
operate as a group. So don't say that. We operate as individuals and fiefdoms who want to pass stuff.
Do
that's
we
just-
want to hear from her in executive session, or do you want to?
Move this bamboo thing, we should have held
got this
I,
little thing to
my
do
ask
here.
was, do we want to hear from her is the fundamental question. If so, then we will move something else first. If we do not, we will move forward on a vote. No?
Yeah.
I
Do
do
you wanna
want to
hear-
hear from her. She's been here all night waiting.
No? Do you want to hear from her? Do you want to hear from her, Bill? Yeah. Do you want to hear from her?
I would like to hear from her. She's been here all night.
Yeah, okay, all right, then we will, okay, then I had to check, this reached the threshold,
Get
okay.
rid of this.
So we will pause on this just momentarily, then we're going to table it, because we're going to, yep, because we will hold it. And right now, we will move to an ordinance, this is an ordinance to amend the code of Montclair Council to add a chapter bamboo to prohibit the future planting and regulate existing plantings of bamboo, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to note that we need to put O-23-32
Well,
for the clerk.
The clerk
as the-
adds the right dates, yeah. Mhm.
Right, but that's going to be the identity of the ordinance.
That's what it'll be. Seeing nothing else, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, yeah, do you-
I'm sorry, I did have my hand up.
I'm sorry.
If I could just comment real quickly on this. I just got this after 7 o'clock this evening for the first time. I didn't have a chance to read it. I empathize with the people who have issues with this. I've had several constituents myself. But there's no way in hell I can read this and vote at 20 minutes to 12 when I just got it this evening. So I'm going to have to abstain.
Yep, fair. That's an abstention, and this is a first reading would be as well, just a reminder. Yep, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, so recognizing it's on first reading, and then we'll have opportunity, to move it in a month. There were constituents still sitting here, both of whom are still sitting here, but where this is, I think we heard about it earlier, this is a significant issue where you cannot control what a neighbor may be doing in terms of an invasive plant that, we did talk about it at some length earlier. So with some real speed, want to thank Ms. DeVito for working with the advocates and others. We have model legislation that we adapted from, and I just wanted to acknowledge it was pulled together kind of quickly. Not everyone apparently saw it. But I hope that we will be moving it tonight so that we can provide some relief to stop future plantings and, anyway, I don't want to belabor this.
Anyone else wishing to speak to it?
Yes, there's just an emergency existing on the border of our own town residents' homes with the Eagle Rock Reservation. So it's a county issue, and it's a residents' issue in the 3rd Ward. In the 1st Ward, there's been people on Woodmont Road for the longest time looking for some help. So it transcends, it goes on to Yogi Berra Way in the 2nd Ward. Now, please, let's just get this started, because I don't know whether this is going to be enough to help our attorneys to do something, but we've got to get this done tonight. If there's anything urgent, it's this, and I'm sorry people didn't get it. I didn't get it till tonight myself, but I think it's a good start to try to help the residents this is a bamboo future planting and regulating existing planting ordinance. 5 pages long, worked on very hard by our attorney. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the ordinance?
Just that we didn't finish this until 5:30, I think, so it really is just an introduction. And I think we expect everybody to take their time with it over the next month or so to review it and certainly make any suggested changes to it. It's just an introduction tonight. I think it's a really good start. It is rooted in Red Bank's ordinance. We made some changes to it to make it, Montclair specific, and to also address enforcement concerns that code enforcement had, but I think it's in really good shape, at the least for an introduction.
Anyone else wishing to speak to it? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Counselor Cummings, did you hear?
Yeah, I heard him.
Oh, okay.
This is the bamboo that needs to be moved immediately.
Stop.
This is the neighbor
Before they
of hers.
plant,
This is
before they
you all,
plant it.
right. And these are, no, I'm going back to, the pictures were shown of where they were planted, just to say that I didn't need to, because you did get the ordinance late, but oh, man. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock,
Abstain.
abstain. Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
Yes.
And Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Okay. Next, I'm going to move, I'll make a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of moving into executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
I am Lonnie Summer Padilla, resident of
Thank you.
Montclair.
We'll move into
I
executive
ask-
session. Thank you.
I protest the closing of this meeting. I ask that you reconsider your intent to discuss this matter in closed session, and further ask that this protest be recorded in the official minutes of the meeting.
I'm Christina Thomas. I'm a resident of Montclair. I object to you moving to closed session. This is a public issue, and I ask you to reconsider your intent to discuss this matter in closed session, and further ask that this record be protected in the official minutes of the meeting.
My name is June Regner. These late-night surprises off the agenda are undemocratic, in violation of sunshine laws, and wrong.
Shame on all of you. Shame. Shame.
on vacation, but that's why all week.
Okay, thank you.
If you were here, you wouldn't have.
We're live, Mr. Mayor.
You got jammed on the whole.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, we do have a resolution. This is a resolution authorizing the additional members to the Vision Zero Task Force composition. We've got, and Madam Clerk, you know the names, and we'll have them, the first ward representative, the third ward representative, and recognizing the bid, and of course naming the bid director also, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We have adopted. Okay, it was momentarily held. We were in the middle of and still are considering another resolution, which is the appointment of Joe Harton to the position of interim township manager. It's already been moved and seconded, and some debate and discussion. Any further comment?
Yes.
Seeing none?
No, I've got a comment.
Okay.
So here's a resolution that appoints Joe Hart as manager for $1 a week, not to exceed 24 hours a week. Bob, you might starting tomorrow. Starts tomorrow for $1 a week, 24 hours a week maximum. I'm told he's only going to work for a week. Then we're going to have new people he's going to bring in that we should interview. So I'm opposed to this, but my question again is, why does this have to be done tonight when we have still some issues and questions about whether this is the best thing to do, with our interim manager doing a good job, and with some questions as to whether this firm and this individual will be a really outside, we're looking for outside, okay, you guys want to do outside, but this is like an inside person who was a manager 20 years ago. And he's got connections with certain people who may even be like people we might want to see leave. So I have very great questions about this, and I'm very unhappy about this rush tonight after midnight. So I'm opposed to it.
But Bob, I think to your point, the process is he's going to be here and allegedly will be providing someone for the council to interview for the interim position within the next week. So it's not, so I want to just make sure you're accurate with what the process is. So someone's going to be interviewing, I don't know who, is going to be interviewing this potential candidate. Do we know who's going to be interviewing? So we don't know who's going to interview
I think the idea was
potential
that
candidate.
everybody
But
who
he's
would want the
the
opportunity to meet.
Well, I'm asking the council.
I'm answering.
A name?
No, not the who the person is, but who among us. Is that what you're asking?
Right, who amongst this
Everybody,
group
everyone would
is-
have the opportunity to sit in small groups if we don't do a special meeting. That would be the opportunity to sit and meet the person and evaluate.
And that has to be done in the next week.
It doesn't have to be. That's just the window of time that it could move.
Well, you said you'll be on vacation.
Yes.
I'm going to be away.
Okay.
Oh, well,
Any other comment?
Wait.
Well, seeing none, I'll certainly just say this. I've listened to all the discussion, back and forth, and certainly understand the concerns that some have raised to try and do this. And certainly, as we are in executive session, there's things that can be discussed in executive session, personnel or otherwise, performance or otherwise, that we certainly can't discuss in public. And secondly, so mindful of that. So you can only always hear one side of a conversation in public. That said, I certainly also see the concerns that are raised, and certainly the broad goal, and I think even Mr. Cummings and others have noted this, is a broad search to see what we can do in terms of our interim and then permanent position for sure. That's why I was supportive of the firm to come in and do that work. I'm happy that that is occurring. Specifically to name an individual here, while I can go back and forth on it, I certainly will say having someone who has experience in the township is a positive. And certainly someone who also, was well regarded in that action and during that time for the work that was being done is also positive. And when we talk about having more hands on deck, both a manager and a deputy manager, as opposed to just one position without the other one being filled and everybody trying to do all the work, it is only a benefit to have more people as we work through all the work that we have to do. So with that, I'm open to considering this and looking at it going forward to do it. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakubellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. I entertain a motion to adjourn. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you.